Pack up summer. Let's begin the 2021 college football season with the number 19th ranked Penn State Nittany Lions and the 12th ranked Wisconsin Badgers jumping around today in the big one, in the Big Ten. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State at Wisconsin from Camp Randall Stadium in the capital city of Madison. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Wisconsin. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. High noon kickoff in the Central Time Zone with the Nittany Lions and Badgers, a East-West matchup to kick off the season in the Big Ten. Also today in the Big Ten, we'll have Temple and Rutgers. We'll see a little of Western Michigan along with Michigan, as well as Jim Harbaugh and the Wolverines will try to get back to Michigan men ways in Ann Arbor, just as both Penn State and Wisconsin will try to do the same today and all season long this year as well, following disappointing campaigns last year in 2020. But that was last year. This is this year. It's 2021. New fresh start, fresh slate. Great weekend of college football in the Big Ten on Thursday. Ohio State defeated Minnesota. Last night also in the Big Ten, Michigan State surprisingly went on the road and defeated Northwestern. We'll get more into both of those games coming up at halftime with stats and scores from the first half of Penn State and Wisconsin, along with college football from around the rest of the country. However, as mentioned, also today in the Big Ten, as the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers host Temple. This game was actually supposed to be on Thursday night, postponed due to flooding from Hurricane Ida. Nebraska, after losing week one on the road last week at Illinois, they will host Fordham, whereas with Illinois' win over the Cornhuskers in week 0 last week and Brett Bielema's return to the Big Ten, now with the Fighting Illini, Illinois will host the University of Texas San Antonio later on tonight. Purdue hosting the Beavers of Oregon State from the Pac-12 as well. However, a few good non-conference matchups along with conference games to begin the season for the Big Ten this weekend. Once again, here today, officially the start of the year, week 1, of course, following a few games last week during week 0 and a few on Thursday and Friday, respectively. So the team that beat Penn State week 1 last year in the shortened 8-game regular season for the conference in the Indiana Hoosiers traveled to Iowa City to take on the Hawkeyes, who also defeated the Nittany Lions last year, as Penn State, of course, started out 0-5 before winning 4 in a row to close out the year, trying to win 5 straight, of course, to begin the season here today. So yes, week 0 last week, Illinois defeated Nebraska, and then on Thursday and just last night, Friday night respectively, Illinois defeated Nebraska, Ohio State defeated Minnesota, and Michigan State defeated Northwestern. And then Temple and Rutgers, Western Michigan, as mentioned, we'll have that game on ESPN here following College Game Day, along with Temple and Rutgers as well on the Big Ten Network, with Nebraska and Fordham as well. And then in a Pac-12, Big 12 showdown, Stanford and Kansas State, but the big one in the Big Ten. High noon kickoff here on Fox. Big noon game of the week. Penn State's first ever big noon game of the week on the road at Wisconsin. The Nittany Lions and Badgers about to kick off. Stadium still filing in. Good to see fans back in the stands regardless. But Wisconsin band on the field. Doesn't look like the blue band traveled by any means here. But Penn State will have their home opener next week against a Ball State team who won the other night as well. So pregame about to wrap up. We'll have kickoff here momentarily. Yeah, got a few games on here. Uh, Kick off the year. As mentioned, we'll have Stanford, Kansas State, Western Michigan, and Michigan, the Broncos, and the Wolverines. Here comes Nebraska with Scott Frost leading the way, potentially, if he can get things going in the right direction, could be in his final year at his alma mater in Lincoln, as the Cornhuskers are trying to avoid no one to start for the second consecutive year. It'll be Nebraska hosting Fordham, a school that was once head coached by Joe Moorhead, of course, who was a 2-year offensive coordinator for the Penn State Nittany Lions before taking the Mississippi State job for 2 years. Still at Oregon as the OC. Penn State introduces a new offensive coordinator once again this year. Mike Yursich takes over for Kirk Soraka, who was let go following the 0-5 start and then the 4-5 finish for the blue and white. So Penn State's third offensive coordinator in 3 years, as James Franklin enters his 8th year as an Lion head coach. Brett Pry, 8th year as the defense coordinator as well, dating back 11 years to their time at Vanderbilt together as well. But in 2014 and 2015, you had John Donovan as the Penn State offensive coordinator. Insert Joe Moorhead for 2 years, then Ricky Ronnie, then Kirk Soraka. Of course, Donovan and Soraka got fired. Moorhead and Ronnie got head coaching gigs. Old Dominion lost last night at Wake Forest. As mentioned, Moorhead in the Pac-12 at Oregon as their OC. And then in steps Mike Yursich, following his 3 stints at Oklahoma State, Ohio State, and Texas, respectively, now in his first year as an Lion OC. So should be interesting, to say the least, how Penn State's offense will look today and all season long. In my opinion, they have to get the run game going with the 5 running backs they have on the depth chart. And we'll get into all the players in all the positions throughout the game and all season long as well. So stay tuned. As mentioned, kickoff coming up here shortly. We've got the coin toss with Nebraska and Fordham, as they're getting started quite early, it seems like. The sellout streak continues in Lincoln at Memorial Stadium. Penn State went to Nebraska mid-November last year and also lost, and that was the next to last game before they started that 4-game win streak at Michigan. As mentioned, the Wolverines host Western Michigan, as that game is also about to get underway here in the MAC and Big Ten, respectively, from the Big House and Ann Arbor. And then Penn State, also on that 4-game winning streak, went to Rutgers, defeated the Scarlet Knights. They're hosting Temple. Michigan State won last night, as mentioned, against Northwestern Wildcats. And then also Illinois in the Big Ten Champions Week that the Big Ten had last year to get to 9 total games for most teams on the year. Wisconsin had a few games canceled last year because of COVID. Graham Mertz, of course, in his first start against the Illinois Fighting Illini for the Wisconsin Badgers last year, absolutely put on a show. And then their next few games were canceled. And then Wisconsin's season sort of went downhill before they got it back on track to finish at 4-3, where they went over Wake Forest in their bowl game last year as well. So a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten here. Big noon kickoff on Fox. We'll have Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, and Jenny Taft on the call, as Rob Stone, Brady Quinn, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, and Bob Stoops wrap up the pregame show here. And now only mere minutes away with the Nittany Lions and Badgers kicking off to begin 2021. So once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State, Wisconsin, live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button once more. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Wisconsin. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. So, the stadium here, still filing in with fans. For the most part, it just seems to be the student section. It is a 11 a.m. local kick for Wisconsin as they host Penn State, Wisconsin. Coming out of the tunnel now as I speak with On Wisconsin marching band still on the field. As mentioned, doesn't seem like the Penn State Blue Band made the trip, but we're going to have a good one. Hopefully, at least. We'll have a good game here with Penn State and Wisconsin. Wisconsin hasn't defeated the Nittany Lions in a decade, dating back to 2011. However, Penn State has not won a true road game, not a neutral site, but a true road game to begin the season since 1994 at Minnesota. Wisconsin, they take the field, Penn State to follow. Fordham, Nebraska is underway. We'll have Temple and Rutgers kick off soon as well. Western Michigan going to kick off to the maize and blue. And it'll be Stanford at Kansas State as well. Penn State, of course, in their road whites. And here come the Nittany Lions on the road, taking on the 12th ranked Wisconsin Badgers in this Big Ten showdown. James Franklin, Paul Chryst, they've met twice, dating back to Chris's Pitt 2-year tenure. Of course, then taking over at Wisconsin, following Brett Bielema and then Gary Anderson. Franklin at Vandy for 3 years. Been at Penn State since 2014 now. The two games they've met in: 2016 Big Ten championship game in which Penn State won, along with a November noon kickoff right here in Happy Valley, with Penn State also picking up the win at home against the Badgers as well. Coin toss. See what Penn State wants to do here, as they'll have, of course, the option to call heads or tails. Heads I win, tails you lose, as Rat would say. And if they win the toss, especially on the road, you probably want to defer your option for the second half. Kickoff, get the ball to begin the second half. But knowing them, knowing James Franklin, he's probably going to want the football to try to get some momentum going here early on. But we'll see here, as now we're in the booth with our announcers in Gus Johnson and the former Colorado Buff quarterback in Joel Klatt, Jenny Taft down the field. Wisconsin with their stripe out to begin the season as well. Of course, some sections red, some sections white. Penn State will have their annual whiteout in 2 weeks' time when the Auburn Tigers come right here to Happy Valley for a 7:30 p.m. showdown on ABC against the Nittany Lions. Some highlights here from last season to wrap up pregame, but in my eyes, as mentioned, for Penn State to have a successful game today and season for that matter, they have to be able to run the football consistently. It's all going to start up front with the offensive line, all going to start up front on the defensive line as well, as for the first time in quite a while, the back end of the defense is a little bit better than the front end. Front seven experience is all hell though. Penn State, they're still young. They have a few more veterans though this year, of course, with the fifth-year option, potential sixth, seventh-year option for some players with the eligibility status from the NCAA, of course, from last year, with last year basically not counting to your status on what year you are. But defensively, Penn State should be fine on defense. But the secondary, corners and safeties, of course, A little bit more experience and a little bit more depth there compared to the linebackers, but more so than not on the defensive line, especially with some injuries already here in fall ball for fall camp. Nice 68-degree kickoff, and Wisconsin's going to kick off. Penn State's going to get the football left to right across your television screen, radio, and audio dial. And once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Penn State and Wisconsin. As number 24, Kevon Lee is back deep to receive this Wisconsin kick. And we're underway in the 2021 campaign. Touchback in the end zone. 1st and 10, Nittany Lions from their 25-yard line. Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, of course, once again, your starting quarterback for the Nitwits. See how the offensive line is, as mentioned, all starts up front. They have to be able to run the ball effectively and consistently in order to open up that play action, keep the defense on their heels. Excited, as mentioned, once more with Mike Yursich as new OC, what he's capable of in play calling. Hopefully it's not draw every single goddamn play, but Penn State going to start out of the gun with Noah Cain back from injury. He's to the right of Clifford, motion man, handoff to 21 Cain. He's going to lose about a yard or so on the give. 2nd down and 11 to begin the ball game. So Rasheed Walker, Anthony Wiggin, along with Mike Miranda, Drew Shrugs, and Caden Wallace, your starting offensive line for the Penn State Nittany Lions here this afternoon. There were some question marks on who would start, at least at guard, both right and left respectively. Now we got a whistle, flag on the play. So Wisconsin takes a timeout, a very early timeout for the Badgers. That's, not expecting that. It'll be 2nd and 11 for Penn State after that 1-yard loss by Noah Cain on that run to begin the ball game. 14-27 if you're just now tuning in. Haven't missed much. Wisconsin kicked off, Penn State received. Touchdown Michigan in the meantime. 10:15 to play here in the opening quarter. They should roll over Western Michigan. Fordham and Nebraska got an incomplete pass. And then Stanford, Kansas State from AT&T Stadium in Arlington. After the Wisconsin timeout, Clifford under center looking to throw on 2nd and 11, has a man, Jahan Dotson. That's a 1st down for Penn State at the 35-yard line. They might mark him just a bit shy. We'll see what the spot is here now. Yeah, be 3rd and short, 3rd and 1, then a false start. Jesus Christ. No stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers. Quit shooting yourselves in the foot. Already in them. God. So 3rd and 6 rather than 3rd and short. So this should change play call, but we'll see what they do here. It's on Rasheed Walker, number 53. Him and Caden Wallace both should be high draft picks come NFL draft time. But not even a minute in the game. And now Clifford pump fakes. Penn State takes a sack. 4th down, quick 3 and out for the Nittany Lion offense, and Penn State will punt. So not a good start by any means. Rain coming down a little bit as well, it seems like. And Noah Cain got to block a little bit better there, buddy. He did pick up the backer coming up the middle, but you got to help your left tackle out sometimes too. So Penn State on the punt. It'll be fielded at the 23 by Wisconsin. Their catch signal for First and 10 Badgers. 13:24 to play here in this opening quarter. All tied up at 0. And here comes number 5, Graham Mertz, a true sophomore for Wisconsin. Arguably one of their best quarterbacks of all time, of course, knowing Wisconsin. They like to run the football, ground and pound. And number 6, Ches Malusi at running back will get the start. The transfer from Clemson. 8, Jalen Berger, also in at running back for the Badgers as well. And handoff before number 17, Arnold Ebiketie, AK-17 if you will, brings them down for a 3-yard loss in the backfield. Ebiketie, the Temple transfer. Don't know why on my end here for the Big Ten Network, why Temple Rutgers is not on. It's supposed to be a noon kickoff on the Big Ten Network, but they are showing Fordham and Nebraska. Nice big first down throw there. And in the meantime, Malusi with a 14-yard run, just enough for first down. First down, Wisconsin Badgers. And Nick Tarburton takes over for Adisa Isaac at D-end, who suffered a season-ending injury. So it'll be Tarburton at D-end along with the transfer Arnold Ebiketie. Penn State also got a few other transfers on offense and defense respectively as well. And we'll get to those in a second as Mertz going to hand off once again. Malusi breaks a tackle up the middle. Another big 12-yard first down run for the Badgers. First down, Wisconsin. And Joey Porter Jr., the son of the great Steeler linebacker. And Joey Porter on the stop, wearing number 9 in his true sophomore year for the Penn State Lions. Number 16, Jair Brown, also near. But on that D-line for Penn State, it'll be Nick Tarburton, Ebiketie, number 17, who made that 3-yard tackle for loss before Wisconsin now. A few first downs and a play action before. That's intentional grounding right there. That's a flag. Ellis Brooks on the rush, and no flag just yet. We'll see. It'll be 2nd down and 10 following the incompletion. Penalty flag comes out. That's intentional grounding. That's a good call. Ball did not get back to the line of scrimmage. So intentional grounding on Graham Mertz. Loss of down. 2nd down. Loss of down, though, for an intentional grounding when it was 1st and 10. Rule still doesn't make sense to me. It's incomplete, but then a loss of down. It should honestly really be 3rd down, but it's not. It's still 2nd down following the completion, even with the penalty. But PJ Mustipher and Fred Hansard, along with number 54, Derek Tangelo, who also transferred in from Duke, will be your defensive tackles for Penn State. Pass complete to the 32, they give them. 5 yards on the completion to Barry Alvarez' grandson, number 84, Jake Ferguson. It'll be 3rd down and 23, though, of course, following that penalty and the loss of down, which I don't think 3rd and 23 is the accurate yardage to go. It might be, though. I think that's a little bit of technical difficulty. No, it's not. It's 3rd and 23. But Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith on the stop there. And so Mertz hands off. Jesse Luketa and Ebiketie make the stop. 4th down and a mile for Wisconsin here. And just as Penn State had to punt on their opening drive, Wisconsin going to have to do the same here. They did have a few first down runs there, but drive stalls near midfield, and the Badgers are now on the punt. Penn State going to get the football back. 10.5 to play here in this opening quarter, as I feel a commercial break coming now, especially following both opening drives, saw and end with punts for both Penn State and Wisconsin. From the 25, Penn State on the return. It's Jahan Dotson. Gets out to around the 37-yard line. We'll see where they spot it. But it'll be 1st down and 10. Penn State with 10-11 to play here in this opening quarter. See if we go to break or not. seems to be the case. And yes, in fact, we do go to our first commercial break of the day and for the season as well. So once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State at Wisconsin. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. In the meantime, still got a 0-0 tie ball game with Stanford and Kansas State. Michigan leads Western Michigan 7-0, and Nebraska here at home also tied up at 0 apiece with Fordham out of the FCS. If they lose to Fordham, Scott Frost, he's definitely going to get fired at some point time this season, you would think, regardless of how they finish. But Adrian Martinez with another handoff, stuff to the line of scrimmage there. But yeah, got a good slate of college football action here this weekend, as mentioned in the Big Ten. Still waiting Temple and Rutgers. I did see, now that I remember, that game was either going to be at noon or 3:30. From what I ended up seeing, they said noon, but who knows? Could have gotten switched to a 3:30 kick, or for Big Ten Network with, of course, a few games on at the same time, and depending on where you're at in the country, in Big Ten country that is, for your region, they'll show one game or the other. I mean, I would think for myself, I'd be definitely getting Temple at Rutgers, but maybe there's a little bit of a technical difficulty there in Piscataway for some unknown reason. Maybe the game got postponed again, and I don't know. But that's also today in the Big Ten. Temple and Rutgers, along with Penn State and Wisconsin right now. As mentioned, Western Michigan and Michigan as well. Fordham, Nebraska as well. And then later on, 3:30 and 7 o'clock respectively, it'll be Indiana and Iowa, the Hoosiers and Hawkeyes, along with West Virginia and Maryland. Penn State non-conference this year and next. They'll have a home-and-home with the Auburn Tigers, following a home-and-home with West Virginia, as Penn State once again begins the season on the road, just as they did last year at Indiana and in 2015 at Temple. Both losses. As mentioned, Penn State has not won a true road game, not a neutral site by any means, not 2013 against Syracuse or 2014 against Central Florida. Penn State has not won a true road game, not a neutral site, to begin the season since 1994. So we'll see if the tide turns today. If not, they'll have a few opportunities over the next few years. They begin next year at Purdue, and then also they'll begin the season once the West Virginia series kicks off to also potentially snap that streak then. But hopefully, knock on wood, they do it today. But we'll get there in a few years when we get there. Today's today, this season's this season. Forget about last year at 4-5. 2nd and 9 after yard pickup. Penn State out of the gun, 4 wide from the 36-yard line, under 10 here to play in the opening quarter. Motion man is Dotson. Clifford once again looking to throw over the middle, and it's going to be incomplete, intended for Jahan Dotson. It looked like, along with Brenton Strange, 86, the tight end, was also in the area. But Clifford getting pressured here early on, so the Penn State offensive line not doing that good of a job here just yet. But 3rd and 9, especially on the road with fans back, hostile environment, Camp Randall Stadium. It's going to be a tough road win if they can squeak it out. 3rd and 9, Clifford once again looking to throw. Has a man complete. Parker Washington, the sophomore from Texas, first down Penn State. Washington emerged as the go-to number 2 receiver last year behind Jahan Dotson. Will for sure be the true number 1 next year following Dawson's senior year this year. Penn State, a little hurry up here, 1st and 10 in Wisconsin territory from the 40-yard line, and Clifford pass complete to number 5, Jahan Dotson, for a few. It'll be 2nd down and about 8, yeah. Ball going to be spotted here by the Zebras at the 38-yard line. Clifford in the gun, trips top of your screen, Go to pump fake and go down, and actually gets rid of it, and it's incomplete, intended for his running back at number 21, Noah Kane. At running back, as mentioned, Penn State 5 deep. They have 21, Noah Kane, 24, Kevon Lee. John Lovett transfers in from Baylor, and then you also still have Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes. So we'll see how they rotate all of them in, who's going to truly emerge as the so-called bell cow, if you will. But I would assume over the course of today and all season long, all 5 are going to get reps. It's just a matter on how much and who's the hot hand and who they're going to run at this time or another. As Clifford hands off on 3rd down. Why the hell do you run a draw again on 3rd down? Of course, they already decided to go for it on 4th down and 4 here, and they are going to go for it from the 34, 4th and 4 for Penn State. And Clifford once again looking to throw, gets rid of it, incomplete, wanted a flag, he's not going to get it. Horrible play call to go for it on 4th and down, and a horrible play call with what they ended up drawing up, and incomplete, turnover on downs. Penn State going to get the ball back to Wisconsin here. Not a good start by the Nittany Lions on the road by any means whatsoever. I mean, you were in potential field goal range for Penninger and Jordan Stout, with Jordan Stout having more of a powerful leg, as he is in fact your punter. Penninger your kicker, but Stout is the kickoff specialist, and he's got a more powerful leg, as mentioned, than Penninger does. So I mean, it would have been about, I don't know, 55-yard field goal or so, I'd say. But at the same time, why don't you punt, pin them deep inside their own 10-yard line, and make them drive and score on you? Now you give them, 1st and 10, turnover on downs after a punt on your opening drive, and then this on your second. And as mentioned, not a good start by the Nittany Lions on the road against Wisconsin Badgers here in this top 20 showdown in the Big Ten today. But still a long ball game, still got a ways to go here early on. Tied up to 0 midway through the first, but now Wisconsin, some momentum potentially, even following their punt on their opening drive as well. But they had a few first downs, if you recall, right before that, before the drive stalled because of a penalty and a few incomplete passes as well. But now they got a shorter field to go to get to the end zone, of course, to score. And especially Wisconsin being at home, fans are back. If they can take momentum here early on and Penn State keeps it up with really not being able to drive the ball, and then stupid play call after stupid play call with one going for it on 4th down, and then what the hell was that on 4th down, that it might be a long afternoon for the blue and white if it keeps up. Because if Wisconsin can get ahead here, momentum at home, Penn State's just going to be playing catch-up all day long. And, I mean, like I said, it's still early. Anything can happen. It's not over until it's over, but not by any means the start I would personally, or any Penn Stater for that matter, in that regard, would also like to see here to begin the 2021 season. But we'll see what happens here as we come back from break. So, as mentioned, coming up at the half, first half stats and scores from this game, along with taking a look around the country as well. But yeah, back to with what's to come. Also later on today in the Big Ten, Indiana, Iowa, West Virginia, and Maryland, and then Oregon State, Purdue, along with the University of Texas San Antonio and Illinois, as well as Brett Bielema, former Wisconsin coach, back in the Big Ten at Illinois, defeated the Cornhuskers, who are at home against Fordham today. Speaking of Scott Frost, potentially, if they can't get things going in the right direction in Lincoln with Nebraska Cornhuskers, could be on his way out. Well, same could potentially go for Jim Harbaugh and Michigan, as Western Michigan ties it up at 7. 1st and 10 for Wisconsin. Handoff to Ches Malusi, number 6, the transfer from Clemson. Clemson's got a big one, neutral site game tonight against the Georgia Bulldogs, a top 5 showdown in Charlotte, as that's where College Game Day was on ESPN before Western Michigan. And Michigan kicked off here. They're about done with the first quarter here, as Penn State, Wisconsin's not too far behind here, midway through the first. 2nd and 10. Mertz under center, 3-step drop, and it's complete over the middle at the 41-yard line to number 84, Jake Ferguson, the grandson once more of former Wisconsin Badger head coach and Barry Alvarez, now the athletic director for the Red W's. 3rd and 3. As Mustafer and Tangelo are at D tackle. Penn State looking to bring some pressure. AK-17 off the edge, gets rid of it, and then there's a fumble. Penn State has it. Whether or not tuck roll, it's going to be incomplete or fumble. They say fumble on the field, and he's turning some heads already. Transfer from Temple, Arnold Ebiketie, AK-17, if you will. Penn State with an injured defensive player down. And the rolling on the field is, in fact, a fumble. So they take a look at it, which I'm sure they will. They'll have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn this. That's a fumble. That is a fumble. But I'm not going to be shocked if they overturn it and say incomplete, as Ebiketie, Jesse Luketa, and Brandon Smith were near, and then number 1, Jaquan Brisker, on the fumble recovery. I believe he was the one also down injured as well. But Penn State here in the meantime celebrates the fumble recovery, depending on the review here on whether or not it's going to be a incomplete pass or a fumble or not. Fumble on the field, they have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it. We'll see if it stands or not. They're currently looking at it, I guess. That's going to be a little hard to overturn, I think. I think that's going to stay as a fumble. As, boom, right off the edge. As they were hands in the dirt, and then right before the snap, the DNs became edge rushers, coming in with the 3 other linebackers for a 5-man rush, and Ebiketie off the edge, right to the back of Graham Mertz, to jar the ball loose on the forward pass. But how the ball came out, and they rolled it a fumble. It's a current official review right now. Here we go. After review, full control going forward. It's going to be an incomplete pass, but it's still 4th down, right? Because it was 3rd down. Yeah, it's still 4th down, so Penn State's going to get the ball back with a punt. It was 3rd and 3, so it should be 4th and 3. So both teams going to go 3 and out with a punt and a turnover on downs for Penn State, and now 2 punts for Wisconsin. 4th and 3, potential, watch the fake here, 7:07 to play here in this first quarter. And Wisconsin on the punt. It's up and away. Jahan Dotson going to let it bounce, and it's going to go into the end zone down for a touchback. It'll be 1st down and 10 Lions from the 20-yard line. 20-yard line on a touchback on a punt, 25-yard line on a touchback on a kickoff. So Arnold Ebiketie coming on strong here as the new Penn State defensive end. So they reversed the call to incomplete, but still 3rd down to 4th down with the incompletion. Wisconsin punts. Penn State's going to get the ball back here regardless in the end, which they will following this commercial break. 1st and 10 from the 20. So, yes, here early on, it's still early. That's the thing, and it's the first game of the season as well. It's going to take, for the most part, it seems like, with the way this game's gone so far, a little extra longer for these teams to find some rhythm, find some momentum, and get things rolling in the right direction to potentially pick up their first win of the season here this afternoon. But Penn State on offense, Mike Yursich, new OC coming over, as mentioned, from Texas, following Tom Herman's departure, and then Steve Sarkisian being hired over from Alabama, offense coordinator, back as a head coach in college football at Texas, of course, former Washington and USC head coach as well. Now gonna try to redeem himself, as he already did, winning a national championship as the OC with the Crimson Tide last year against Ohio State in college football playoff national championship back in January. Hard to believe 8-9 months has already flown by, and here we are, September the 4th, 2021, to begin the 2021 season. But I told you then, next year we'll be here before we know it, and here we are. So once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. Kansas State 7-0 over Stanford. Michigan and Western Michigan, I do believe, still tied up at 7 apiece. They're currently at a commercial break. And Nebraska still with the football here on offense. They had a 1 p.m. kick. No, Michigan, leads Western Michigan once more, 10-7, following field goal. But yeah, they had a road win, or a road game, in which turned out to be a home win for Illinois and a road loss, if you will, for Nebraska, as they lead forward them 7-0, but they punt, and it'll be first and down for a few of these teams, as all four of these games, are currently coming back from commercial breaks. First and 10 from the 20, Penn State football. Brenton Strange in motion now in the slot, top of your screen. Handoff, fake the give, to Kevon Lee. Clifford going to keep it for himself. 3 yards on the scramble, near side into the Wisconsin bench. But Yursich has some Pennsylvania ties with Shippensburg, and then also in the Big 12 and Big 10 respectively, 2 stints apiece now, as they pan to him on the sideline there, as he'll be on the field calling plays rather than from up in the booth. Oklahoma State, Ohio State, Texas, back to the Big 10 with Penn State. Franklin's wanted to hire him a few different times, but of course, timing wasn't right. Kevon Lee going to break a tackle and bust off to the left side, but ends up losing a yard. So it'll be 3rd and 9. So we saw Noah Kane, first 2 drives, running back. Now Kevon Lee. Lee emerged as the go-to number 1 following Noah Kane's season-ending injury during the first series of the season last year on the road at Indiana. And then you also had Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes, but then you insert John Lovett from Baylor. Clifford over the middle looking to throw, a little high for Theo Johnson, 84, the tight end from Canada. And it'll be incomplete, 4th down and 9, and Penn State on to punt once again here with 5:45 to play in this first quarter. Good pass, just a little high and through the hands of Theo Johnson. Incomplete, but good coverage by Wisconsin on the flip side. And here comes Penn State on to punt once more, as number 98, the Virginia Tech transfer a few years back, Jordan Stout, booms it away. Virginia Tech with an upset win. Oh, come on. That's going to be kick-catch interference on Penn State. It's going to be on number 14, A.J. Litton, another transfer for Penn State this year from Florida State. I don't think that's kick-catch interference. He hit him right as he caught it. They do say kick-catch interference on Penn State. 15 yards, automatic first down. You got to let him catch the damn ball and then hit him. Which he did, and then they still threw. I don't agree with that call. That's a bad call. Come on, man. Of course, Franklin talking over with his players, hey, don't do this, don't do that. It's not like he drilled him before he caught it. He caught the football on the punt return, and then Penn State hit him, and then they throw the flag. That's a clean tackle. That's not a penalty. That's a clean tackle. But there's nothing you can do about it. They threw the flag. It is what it is. You move on. We'll get back to the action here momentarily. Following another commercial break here, and more 3-and-outs, more punts here in this opening quarter. With both Penn State and Wisconsin. As mentioned, yes, last night, Virginia Tech with a upstate home win over the 10th ranked North Carolina Tar Heels, but back to Penn State transfers. Yeah, they lost a few guys to the transfer portal and to the NFL draft, as always. Gained a lot of transfers from other schools compared to in years past, more so than ever, I thought, this past offseason. And Penn State's still doing well in recruiting. Currently, a top 5 recruiting class for next year's 2022 class, but currently those high school players aren't playing college football. They're still in high school, so not even going to talk about them by any means just yet. But transfer-wise for Penn State, yeah, on offense, they added number 23 running back John Lovett from Baylor, who's originally from the Garden State of New Jersey, and almost committed to Penn State, but decided to go play for Matt Roll and Baylor. And then, of course, Roll takes over Carolina Panthers now in his second year. Lovett transfers after last year, back up here in the Mid-Atlantic Northeast region with Penn State. He's one of those 5 running backs. What order do they run him in? We'll see. As mentioned, it was Noah Cain for the first 2 drives to begin the game today, and then also just Kevon Lee on that last drive. But they still have John Lovett, Devin Ford from Virginia, and then Keziah Holmes as well from the Sunshine State of Florida, who, along with Kevon Lee last year, were true freshman running backs in the year prior. Noah Cain now in his junior year. But like I said, with eligibility, throw that out the window. At least we did that last year, but it's going to take some time to have all that readjust and reset to, see really, especially with recruiting, coming up, who's going to be here and who's not. And that's for every team across the country. And potentially who stays a little bit longer, who leaves even earlier just because they can, basically. But, John Lovett, a transfer from Baylor on offense. And then, for the most part, everyone else was on defense that transferred in and is going to, or already is, as Ebiketie on the stop once more for Penn State, making plays left and right. So a 3-yard run there to bring up second down, 2nd and 7. 5:20 to play here in this first quarter, all tied at 0. Penn State, Wisconsin. As Ches Malusi, the transfers, speaking of transfers, comes in from Clemson. Sat behind Travis Etienne. Really could have been the go-to back for the Tigers, but as Graham Mertz rolls out, finds his tight end in number 82, Jack Eisenbach, and that's Wisconsin first down. Good rollout on the play action, hit the tight end, about 8 yards, and then Brandon Smith along with Jair Brown on the stop for the Nittany Lions. They don't give them a first down once again. It's 3rd and 1. Wisconsin going old school. Give the fullback up the gut. First down Badgers for sure now. 100% first down Wisconsin. And since Penn State's on defense here, speaking of those transfers as mentioned, 2 on the defensive line with Arnold Ebiketie at D end, and then Derek Tangelo at D tackle coming in from Temple and Duke respectively, number 17 and 54 as well. Keep an eye out for both of them. And then also you have number 52 Jordan Vandenberg from Iowa Western. We'll see if he'll be getting some playing time here or not. As Penn State, for the first time in forever, did not release a depth chart to begin the season. So, of course, unless you were there at practice, which I haven't been, um, a little hard to determine the pecking order, at least, uh, for who's going to be playing and who's not uh, for the Nittany Lions on offense, defense, and special teams. Respectively, A.J. Litton, 14 from Florida State, coming up from Tallahassee. They host Notre Dame tomorrow. Of course, had that kick-catch interference called on them just a moment ago. 2nd and 6, and Jaquan Brisker, number 1. Penn State's starting strong safety makes a stop in the backfield. At corners, it's Tariq Castro Fields and Joey Porter Jr. still. And then safeties is Jaquan Brisker and Jair Brown. Johnny Dixon comes up from South Carolina to play cornerback, number 3 for him as well. Penn State recruiting this past year got a set of twin brothers from the state of Michigan out of Motown in Kobe and Kalen King. One's a linebacker in Kobe, the other's a secondary player at cornerback in Kalen. 4th down, and Wisconsin picks up the 1st down. Or, excuse me, 3rd down, and another yard short to bring up 4th, and a yard once more for Wisconsin from the 33. They're going to go for it. So Penn State went for it on 4th and 6. Do you believe it was? 4th and 4. Out of the I, Graham Mertz going to hand off, and Chesmo Lucy's going to pick up the 1st down. So just as Penn State failed to convert on 4th down, Wisconsin does. 1st down Badgers as this drive continues. And nice stop there by Brisker, number 1, with the ankle tackle. Because if not, he might have been in the end zone. And now another injured Penn State Nittany Lion. And it looks like it is number 1, Jaquan Brisker, once again. Following the 4th down pickup, so 1st and 10, Wisconsin, as Brisker gets looked at. Been banged up here a few different times already here in this opening quarter. Hopefully he's all right. I feel like he just has gotten the wind knocked out of him here a few times. But that's what I said earlier with Penn State being so deep at a few of these positions, especially on defense in the secondary. Hey, it's next man up. Next man up mentality. Take advantage of getting in and playing. And, you know, we'll see what happens, but he's going to go to the sideline, get checked out a little bit more here, it looks like. Might even be going to the locker room. But it's 1st down and 10, Wisconsin in the meantime from the 31-yard line. Penn State gonna give up another 1st down run, this time inside the 15-yard line, down to the 11 for Chesmo Lucy. As mentioned, Wisconsin's always been able to run the football. The Hogs up front, and then whoever the running back is, plug and play, hand off, and up the gut. A few missed tackles there. Ref gets knocked down in the meantime. And Chesmo Lucy brought down by Joey Porter Jr. Wisconsin going to call another timeout here, it looks like. We got another timeout. Timeout Wisconsin. Their second here already in this first quarter, under a minute to play, 58 seconds to be exact. But of course, you just want to make sure you have everything the way you want it. You want to make sure it's right. If it was first and goal at the 10, they'd have 4 shots. First and 10 from the 11. Wisconsin, they should score, you would think. They got 8 tries to punch it in. If not, well, Wisconsin always, for the most part, has a good special teams unit as well, especially at kicker. So we'll see what happens here. Something's got to give. We'll see what does. But first and 10, Badgers they're going to mark the ball at the 12-yard line, respectively. As Jesse Lucade is playing a little bit of linebacker and D-end, especially, like I said, with Penn State's D-line not as end around on the reverse. And number 3, Kendrick Pryor, gets brought down inside the 5. It'll be 2nd and 2 for Wisconsin here. They should get one more playoff here by the end of the quarter, I would think. They're definitely going to have to snap it. But the question is, after that, do they hurry up or do they let the clock expire and then we're all tied up 0 at the end of the one? About a 11-second differential between the game clock and play clock. 2nd and 2, Mertz under center, out of the eye. Old school football, nobody really does this anymore. Chez Malusi on the give. And Penn State on the stop right at the first down marker at the 2-yard line. That'll do it for the first quarter. It will be 3rd and 1. They'll flip end zones. And Tarburton 46 on the stop there. Wisconsin about to punch it in. It seems like they found their running game with Chez Malusi. Penn State on offense in general still really hasn't found anything. I mean, they had that one big first down completion from Clifford to Parker Washington. Run game's non-existent. It all starts up front. You're able to block, run, open play action. Not in that order all the time, but you definitely got to block up front. So, and Wisconsin's been able to do that. And you look at this drive right now, they're driving and they're about to punch it in. They're knocking on the door at the end of the first quarter here at home against Penn State. So, 15 minutes in football time, of course, until halftime. At halftime, first half stats and scores from this game and from around the country. So stay tuned. Once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But, I mean, at least Penn State's defense is keeping them in this game here early on. That's the other thing, too. I know I said it already. I'll say it again. It's still so damn early here in this game. I get it's first game of the year, but regardless, first game of the year, middle of the year, end of the year, bowl game, championship, whatever the case may be, it's still early here at the end of the first quarter, and we're all tied up at 0. Penn State at Wisconsin, 0 apiece in the Big Ten. But Wisconsin's about to put some points on the board here. It seems like, whether it's going to be a touchdown or a field goal, only time will tell. We'll see. But Penn State have to get something going on offense. And, I mean, you're not going to be able to settle for field goals. You're not going to be able to keep settling at least for quick 3 and outs, or whether it be a bad decision and then bad play calling to go for it on 4th down or not, whatever the case may be, you got to find some momentum. You got to get that rhythm built up, and like I said, especially on the road, especially with fans back too, against Wisconsin, a team, just like Iowa in the Big Ten West, that when Penn State plays them, you're going to be in for a dogfight. So we'll see as they switch end zones here, as mentioned, what Wisconsin ends up doing. It'll be 3rd and a yard from the 3-yard line. I wouldn't be shocked they run a little play action, go to the tight end, and somehow somebody gets wide ass open, and Wisconsin ends up throwing a passing touchdown rather than running it in, as Penn State, I would think, is going to be expecting the run here. But just as, that's you know, the saying goes, run the ball, come to play action, keep the defense on their heels, expect the unexpected, and, you know, beat them in that regard when they're least expecting it. So, I mean, I would think Penn State's a little bit better on defense than that, but it's still the first game of the year, and for the most part, this defense, like I said, is keeping them in this game to this point. But honestly, who the hell knows how their red zone defense and then hell red zone offense will be once they get the ball back, hopefully, and can get a drive going. But you know, um, we'll see what happens here. Longest commercial break of the game so far here at the end of one. And maybe they go fullback right up the gut again. They already did that on this drive, though. It's 3rd and short. Tulane playing a home game on the road at Oklahoma. Tied up with the Sooners at 14 apiece as they near the end of the first quarter. Quarterback sneak, actually. So, none of what I thought potentially, especially on a long 3rd yard. But they're going to give them the first down. It'll be 1st and goal from the 1.5 yard line, and Wisconsin's going to have another 4 shots to punch it in here. Now, if they don't punch it in, you got to figure something out. But then that's good for Penn State's defense, so they can, you know, be able to stop in these situations. 1st and goal for Wisconsin. Out of the eye, there's Brent Pry, the Altoona native, as Penn State's defense coordinator once again this year. That's a false start. Thank you. Fumble as well, but flags coming flying. So it'll be 1st and goal after the 5 yard penalty. Still going to be 1st down here. So the ball should be back at the 7 yard line. It's going to open it up a little bit better for play action for Wisconsin here on offense. Clock once again begins to roll. An audible, Mertz under center. Going to hand off and stuff to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Jesse Lucada, number 40, on the stop for the blue and white defense. It'll be 2nd and goal. Second and goal from the 7. Out of the gun. Left to right for the Badgers here in the 2nd. Over the middle, almost picked off, incomplete. Intended for number 3, Kendrick Pryor. And Jair Brown on the coverage for Penn State. Penn State, as mentioned, they've done well recruiting, along with getting some transfers, more so than not this past year. But recruiting Canada and then also the junior college route. Jair Brown is a former Lackawanna JUCO alum. 3rd and goal out of the gun, and a slant over the middle. Same play call, incomplete. Good coverage there by Ellis Brooks and Joey Porter Jr. Daquan Hardy from Penn Hills out of Pittsburgh also on the coverage. Incomplete. 4th and goal for Wisconsin. They'll attempt a field goal, so this is a big stop for the Penn State defense. A very big stop to force Wisconsin to settle for 3. So a chip shot, 25-yard field goal attempt for Wisconsin here. Kick's going to be up and it's blocked. No good. Even a bigger stop as Penn State blocks the field goal with 13:21 to play here in the first half. We're still all tied up at 0, and Penn State's getting the ball back on offense. Who blocked that? Ebiketie, number 17, the transfer from Temple, coming on even harder for the Penn State defense here in the first half today. Let's go. These defenses are bending, but not breaking just yet. A blocked field goal with Fordham and Nebraska, and then what the hell was that? A shuffle pass from the holder to a defensive tackle as the up man, and then Nebraska brings them down right away. Never thought I'd see back-to-back blocked field goals at the same time in, of course, 2 separate games side by side during the first weekend of the season today, by any means. But 10-7 Nebraska, as we're tied up at 0 apiece with Penn State and Wisconsin. Commercial breaks with both Stanford, Kansas State, and Western Michigan, Michigan as well. So we'll get back to those games momentarily, along with checking in along with the rest of college football. But like I said, Penn State's defense to this point, and hopefully all game and all season long, until the offense gets rolling. Hate to say it, but if that's what it takes, so be it. The defense is keeping the offense in this ball game thus far. And, I mean, Wisconsin earlier, a few punts, of course, especially one after a decent drive that stalled. But then this pass drive that all started with a running in, not to the kicker, but a kick-catch interference on the punt return. Wisconsin had that long of a drive until just now, including once they got in the red zone, run the whole way down the field. False start, backed them up. They still convert, though. 4th and goal, Penn State ends up blocking a chip shot 25-yard field goal. Arnold Ebiketie, AK-17. Get used to hearing that name, Nittany Nation. A transfer from Temple is, by himself, let alone along with the rest of the Penn State defense, making a name for himself for one, but then keeping the Nittany Lions in this game on the road at Wisconsin here early on. So, of course, on offense, yeah, need a little bit better of a start than this, but typical Penn State football for you. They either start out slow and then come on strong late, or they start off hot as can be and then they try to stay alive and hold on to win if they're holding a lead, and of course end up picking up the win then regardless home way opponent A, B, C, D. So, and that's the whole way down the alphabet with, of course, this Big Ten game to kick off the year. Ball State coming into Happy Valley next week, and then Auburn out of the SEC, big non-conference showdown in 2 weeks' time. Handoff from Clifford to Kevon Lee. So they're going to go 2 series apiece with the top 2 running backs, it seems like right now. As this is only Penn State's 4th offensive drive, as that last drive for Wisconsin was very long before, of course, it ended up stalling with that blocked field goal by the Penn State defense. It's Clifford at quarterback, Noah Kane first 2 series at running back, and now Kevon Lee, 24, in the backfield for the Nittany Lion offense. Pass complete, Jahan Dotson dancing around east-west, go north-south, please. And he's going to be brought down in the backfield right at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 9 with 12:35 to play here. So just as, they do something good on defense, offense, quick potential 3 and out here, we'll see. And then defense can get off the field. That's going to come into play later on when they're dog tired and then Wisconsin beats them with a big run or a play action, and then they're screwed because they can't still do anything on offense, and then it's too late, and then they lose. 3rd and 9, Clifford looking to throw. It's batted down the line of scrimmage, incomplete. 4th down, and what do you know? Voila, here we are. Penn State's on the punt once again. So not even a minute after they block the field goal, get some momentum. The offense goes 3 and out just like that after only gaining a yard. Like, come on, give me a break. But good defense by Wisconsin in the meantime. And I still don't think it would have been complete in the end anyway, even if it wasn't batted down, because it really didn't even seem like it was on target for Keandre Lambert-Smith from Sean Clifford. And Stout on to punt once more. Fair catch signal forward by Wisconsin, 25-yard line. Penn State holds off this time as A.J. Litton was on the coverage to make the stop on the punt return. The transfer from Florida State once more. But Wisconsin can get the football back now, when we're still all tied up at 0 with Penn State and Wisconsin here to kick off the 2021 campaign, here in the Big Ten. So, yeah, we'll see what happens when we return. But, I mean, I'm all for a defensive showdown all game long. But then it's what offense, when time rolls around, is going to make a few plays when needed to put some points on the board. Maybe, we'll have a defensive score, or special teams will be key with a kicker or punt return for a score. I honestly don't know. There's a lot of question marks for both of these teams entering the 2021 campaign this season in the Big Ten, especially following the 4-3 finish for Wisconsin and the 4-5 finish for Penn State. But Penn State, just as Wisconsin won 2 in a row to close out the year, Penn State, of course, started out 0-5 and then won 4 straight. Their 5 losses were to Indiana, Ohio State, Maryland, Nebraska, and Iowa before they capped off 4 in a row against Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State, and Illinois before declining a bowl invite, which, in my opinion, the bowl streak is still alive for Penn State, and they have not had a losing season since 2004, even with the technical, in quotes, losing season from last year, finishing below 500 at 4-5, and then declining the bowl bid. But then you can also remember in 2012 and 2013, Penn State was bowl eligible, but did not also go to a bowl game because of those current sanctions they had on them at that point in time. But, yeah, Penn State and Wisconsin, over the past, at least in my lifetime, the past 20, 25 years, consistent as all hell. Consistency is key. And both teams have been able to win at a high level in the Big Ten and on a national stage as well. Year in and year out, winning game after game, bowl game after bowl game. They haven't met, though, in a few years, dating back to 2018. So 3 years running, a little under 3 years, because they met in November of 18. But then even before then, in the regular season, it was 2013. Yeah, they met in the 2016 Big Ten championship game. But then even before that, it was 2012 and 2011. And as mentioned, Wisconsin has not defeated the Nittany Lions since then, in 2011, to close out the year before Wisconsin went to another Rose Bowl. But Penn State, on the flip side, as mentioned, they have not won a true road game to begin the season since 1994. 1st and 10, Badgers from the 25, handoff up the gut for 15 yards. And that's a first down run for Bucky Badger. And big hit there by number 0, Jonathan Sutherland, as Ellis Brooks and Truett Castro Fields were also on the stop for the Nitwits on Big D. 1st and 10 from the 40 for the Badgers. And Mert's going to hand off once again. And 4 yards on the game there for Wisconsin offense. Kansas State 14-0 over Stanford. Michigan 17-7 over Western Michigan. And Nebraska also leads Fordham by that same score of 17-7. But we're all tied up. Penn State, Wisconsin at 0 apiece. Another handoff. Penn State bit a little too early there on the rush. Another 4 or 5 yard run up the middle for Wisconsin. It'll bring up 3rd down and short 3rd and 1 officially. Thing, you look at these two offenses right now. You look at what Penn State's been able not to do on offense in the run game, and then maybe explosive play or two here or there in the passing game from Clifford. But then Wisconsin, they're balanced. Able to run the football, be able to drive the football here once again, and then open play action when needed. Handoff to the fullback this time, once again, but Penn State this time around was ready for it, and he's going to be stopped short of the line. Game will be 4th down and inches. Good to see Kalen King, number 4, the true freshman from Detroit, out there playing corner. As Treat Castro Fields 5, along with Ellis Brooks once again 13 on the stop. Charlie Katzer 45 backer in the area as well. Fourth and 1. Wisconsin going to go for it. Quarterback sneak. It looks like they have it. They're going to give them the first down. And that's a good call. That's first down. First and 10, another handoff before that was 97. PJ Mustafer, your starting defensive tackle for Penn State, brings them down on the stop. 2nd and 10. Penn State's deep, as mentioned, at every position, but experience. They're more experienced on defense in the secondary. For the first time in quite a while, more so than not, compared to the front 7, especially on that D-line. But defense here, early on, still keeping them in this game. Slant complete over the middle. 9 yards on the pickup. It'll be 3rd and short, 3rd and a yard, as that pass was complete to number 7, Danny Davis III, before Treat Castro Fields and Jair Brown made the soft in the line defense. 3rd and 1, 7:50 play here in this first half. Still 0 apiece. Nothing to show for on the scoreboard. Another quarterback sneak. Hey, if it's working, why the hell not? Run it until the defense stops you. And Mertz looks to have enough once again for another first down. We'll see where they spot it. They're going to bring out the chain gang for a measurement. It'll be a first down. See a replay here. That's first down. That's first down. The first time in this game and first time all season, both these teams, chain gang out for a measurement. That's first down. First down, Wisconsin, with 7:23 to play here in the second. 3 plays at a time. Get your 10 yards, new set of downs. First downs for the Wisconsin offense compared to Penn State's. It's a 10-to-1 ratio right now. Just pathetic with how balanced Wisconsin is on offense right now. And then the hype Mike Yurcich brings as the new Penn State offensive coordinator, but then they have nothing to show for it. They can't do anything on offense. Penn State probably going to get a PI called on them here. Pass interference on number 4, the freshman in Kalen King. Questionable, I'd say. I have to get a full replay of it. But flag was thrown. Pass interference on the defense, 15 yards, automatic first down. It's going to be a spot foul, first down Wisconsin. See your replay here. Yeah, that's a good call. Okay, I can live with that. More of a defensive hold than a pass interference, but good penalty. I mean, you don't want to give him up left and right, but if you don't hold him, he's probably walking in the end zone. So 1st and 10 from the 25, 3 wide for Wisconsin. And Chez Malusi going to get the give. Going to pick up a Wisconsin first down to the 12. But remember the last time Wisconsin got inside the 15, down at the 12 for a 1st and 10. They had 8 shots. They pick up the another new set of downs here, just as they did then. Ended up, of course, with the blocked field goal. So, see if Wisconsin can punch it in or not. But hell, he's going to have 100 yards here by the end of the first half if he keeps it up. If he's harder than there. Out of the eye. Mertz going to hand off. Big stop there by Mustafa at 97. Bringing down number 6, Chez Malusi. Chezmellulsi. Chez Malusi as they pan to both Paul Chris and James Franklin on respective sidelines for Wisconsin and Penn State. 2nd and 12 here, 6 minutes to play in the first half. And the other thing, too, with Wisconsin able to drive, but then nothing to show for either team yet. These last 2, including this drive for the Badgers, taking a lot of time off clock. If they can do this late in the game with a lead, yeah, Penn State's going to be in for some trouble. Pass complete to Ferguson. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage on the stop as well. 3rd and 6 after pickup of 4. And then flip to Penn State's offense. It's quick 3 and out. Hurry up this, hurry up that, and still nothing to show for it. I mean, so it goes both ways, but it comes down to it. If Wisconsin has a lead and they're doing what they're doing now, draining the clock, and then scoring again, yeah. Penn State, fumble, Penn State recovers. Another fumble, and Nick Tarburton, 46 on the recovery. Right there. Coming off the edge. Johnny on the spot, as Gus Johnson said. A little miscommunication on the handoff. And Penn State, once again, gets out of another long Wisconsin drive with now a turnover. Offense has to show the hell up, though, right now. Come on. You got less than 6 minutes to play in this first half. Now, okay, Wisconsin's going to get the ball to begin the second half because you got the ball to begin the first half here. But can you at least get a decent drive going and put some points on the board here before the end of the first half? Get some momentum going into halftime? Tarburton was right man at the right time. He was right there, right after Mertz handed off to Malusi. Malusi didn't think he was getting the football. Ball on the ground. Tarburton's right there, and he jumps on it and Penn State with their second fumble recovery, but first one was reversed. Incomplete. They still got the ball back, though, because it was third down into a fourth down on a punt. So a blocked punt and a fumble recovery after back-to-back very long drives by the Wisconsin Badgers. They still have nothing to show for. Neither does Penn State, but hopefully, knock on wood here, coming back out of this break, the Nittany Lion offense can get something going with Sean Clifford at the helm. And then we'll see if it will go back to Noah Cain, stick with Kevon Lee, because this will be the fifth offensive drive for the Nittany Lions, as it was 2 for Noah Cain, then 2 for Kevon Lee. Maybe it'll be John Lovett, as we're all loving fancy-like with Applebee's right now, I'd say. But maybe it's John Lovett, transfer from Baylor. Maybe Devin Ford, who sort of lost a job to Kevon Lee late last year. And then Keziah Holmes as well. And like I said, depending on the pecking order, who they want to run, here, there, anywhere in between, depending on the situation, seems to me. Okay, 2 series apiece, but we'll find out. It'll figure itself out here in a second. But, Penn State's offense, bending but not breaking. A blocked field goal and now a fumble. But the offense, if they cannot get something going, it's still going to be bad, because the defense, once Wisconsin's got the ball back on offense, Penn State's defense is not going to be able to get off the damn field. And they're going to be tired as all hell late in the game. And at that point, they probably will break. And then they'll probably, give up some points when it's not going to be the right time to give up points. If that makes any sense. Now, Penn State's got length of field to go here on offense, but just hoping for a decent drive here. Hoping for points as well. Under 5, 4:59 to play here in the first half. Clifford 1st and 10, looking to throw, going to go deep down the middle, has a man and dots and overthrows him by a hair. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. But who's playing running back right now? Still Kevon Lee, it looks like, number 24. Why not use as many running backs as you have, a 2 running back set? And especially as deep as you are receiver as well. I mean, come on. Motion man near side. That's the tight end, Brenton Strange. Clifford under center, going to fake the give. And no, it's now back to Noah Cain. So 2 apiece for Cain and Lee. Now back to Noah Cain. And it'll be only a pickup of 2 there. 3rd down and 8. Nobody open, you might as well tuck in and run. But 2 yards here, 2 yards there, ain't going to matter. You got to get some chunk change every once in a while. Be able to move the ball down. You got to have a consistent running game, run the football, open play action, trips near side, Washington in motion. Clifford out of the gun, looking to throw. Getting pressured, get rid of it. He does. Going to be a loss of 4 yards, though. Even with a completion to Noah Cain, and voila, here we are. Not even a minute on offense. And Penn State's going to go 3 and out and punt once again to Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 1 timeout left, I might add, after calling 2 in the first quarter. Jesus Christ. Like, how much worse can you be on offense right now? The defense can't do it all for you. They can't. But like I said, too, maybe a defensive score or special teams comes to play for Penn State here at some point in time, remaining 3:52 here in this first half and then 30 in the second. Yeah, it's still going to be 4th down. Okay. 4th and 11. So Wisconsin going to get the football back here. And maybe 3rd time's a charm. Even with the blocked field goal and the fumble recovery, maybe the 3rd time's a charm. Will be something bigger and better. Stout on to punt. And another. Come on, that's clean. A.J. Litton on the tackle. That is a clean hit That is not running or catch interference. He lets them catch it and then he tackles them right away. That is horseshit. That's the second fucking time that's happened. That is awful. These Big Ten refs. And we're not even at halftime in the first game. That's pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. It's the same play from earlier. And the last one, Jesus Christ, come on. The last one wasn't either. And this shouldn't be either. It's clean. It's a clean hit. It's tackle football. You sign up to get hit. Two flags on the play. Kick catch interference. That's declined. And then we had an illegal block in the back on Wisconsin. They offset. Just say they offset. Okay, so it's Wisconsin football 1st and 10. The kick catch interference was negated for some reason, which they offset, but then the legal block in the back on the return is going to take Wisconsin back 5 yards from the end of the run. I believe if I heard that correctly, that's what it is. That's still horseshit. Complete horseshit. There is no way in hell that is kick catch interference. That's spot on. With the punt, he didn't signal for a fair catch. It'd be different if he signaled for a fair catch and he drilled him. The last time he didn't either. It's simultaneously, okay, with the catch and the hit. He let him catch it and then he drilled him. That's a clean hit last I checked. But no, these Big Ten refs, earlier was a penalty, right now is a penalty as well, but not as bad as what it was earlier. But it's still number 14, A.J. Litton, who sort of got his ass chewed out earlier for doing it, but this time it's, no, you're good. He's playing well, transfers from Florida State in cornerback, number 14. Just along with Arnold Ebiketie, AK-17, at D-end for Penn State, and 13 Ellis Brooks at linebacker, with AK, Ellis, and AJ in that order, playing the best football for Penn State right now. And then Brisker got injured earlier. I don't believe we've seen him since. And then, I mean, Joey Porter Jr.'s made some stops. Jair Brown in on a few as well. But, I mean, this defense so far is stepping up. They're keeping Penn State in this game. And right now, especially the way the offense is playing, that's all you can really ask for. And hopefully the offense will get out of this slump they're in to begin this game today, and the season for that matter, to, get something going before halftime here, or even, I don't know, some point in time you would hope in the second half. I mean, there's still time here in this first half for Penn State to potentially get the football back with 3 timeouts if they play their cards right. Wisconsin's got 1 timeout. But it's 1st down and 10 Badgers from the 25-yard line. We're all tied up at 0. There's 3:37 to play. Thing is, Wisconsin, back-to-back long drives, 3rd time's a charm here, maybe 2, and then maybe they punch it in for the first time. Mertz under center on 1st and 10, going to hand off. Malusi gets 3 to the 29. So 2nd and 7. But, once again, Penn State's defense has held a field goal block and a fumble recovery on back-to-back Wisconsin offensive drives. So, Austin 3:16 to play here in this first half. Out of the gun, 3 wide for the Badgers. Another handoff. And Malusi, 1st down run to the far side to the 39-yard line. Pick up the 10. First down, Wisconsin. Penn State, they really on defense can't stop the run, but when it has come down to it, they've held. Wisconsin, even with as many rushing yards they have in the stat book right now, they still, along with Penn State, none of these teams have anything to show for it right now because it's still 0 apiece on the scoreboard. 1st and 10 from the 38. Mertz getting pressured over the middle. It's going to be picked off all and then dropped by Tarburton. Incomplete. Tarburton had it, comes down, and then dropped it as he hit the ground. Incomplete. They could say, if they don't want to look at it, interception, fumble. Brandon Smith recovered it. I know they won't, but it's incomplete. It's 2nd and 10 for the Wisconsin Badgers. Play clock winding down here, 2:36 to play in this first half. And Malusi stumbles as he gets the give. He loses 2 on the carry. 3rd and long. Penn State timeout maybe. 2:28 to play in this first half. Be a smart timeout right now. And then call another one on 4th down maybe. Give yourselves about 2 minutes to be able to drive. I mean, hell, you can't even take up a minute on offense on all of your offensive drives so far in this first half. Penn State does call a timeout. It'll be 3rd and 12 for the Badgers with 2:28 to play here in this first half following the Nittany Lion timeout. And as always, thank you for tuning in and watching. Coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores. Really just going to be a lot of rushing yards for Wisconsin and the blocked field goal and the fumble right now, unless something happens in these next 2.5 minutes. Penn State really doesn't have anything to show for on offense right now. But first half stats and scores from Penn State, Wisconsin, along with taking a look around the rest of college football here. These noon Eastern kickoffs during week 1 of the 2021 college football season. 3rd and 12 following the timeout. Yeah, Penn State has a total of 19 plays for a total of 34 yards. They've only had the ball 7.5 minutes, whereas Wisconsin's controlled the clock almost 20 minutes total time possession and triple what Penn State has in yardage. Mertz gets pressured, he gets rid of it, and then Daquan Hardy on the stop, taking down Jake Ferguson after a pickup of about a yard or so. Got lucky there with a potential face mask on the tackle. It'll be 4th down. I believe Penn State just called their second timeout, so both Nittany Lions and Badgers will have 1 remaining here to close out the first half, but the Nittany Lions are going to get the football back on offense as the defense holds once again, but the Penn State offense still has nothing to show for it. They have not done a damn thing here early on. You have to get the run game going. The play calling has to be better to begin with, but you have to get the run game going. Injured Wisconsin Badger. It'll be 4th down for them, 2:12. Actually, no timeout. So they're going to get lucky and be able to save this timeout because of the injury. But you got to get the run game going. Open up play action. Take a shot or two maybe. They tried to on their last drive. Clifford overthrew Dotson, but where the hell are the tight ends at? Honestly, I get you lost Pat Fryermuth with the NFL. He's playing Pittsburgh Steelers now. But you still have Bretton Strange, Theo Johnson. You bring a freshman up from Pittsburgh and Khalil Dinkins, who very well could get some playing time here early on. But, so you basically trade one from State College to Pittsburgh for Pittsburgh back to State College with North Allegheny kid and Dinkins, whose dad also played in the NFL for quite a while. As, like I said, Franklin's done a damn good job in recruiting. And then even with a lot of sons of former NFL greats, but it's on the field, Franklin, he's shown he can recruit, but Penn State's won, but they haven't been able to, they've taken that next step, but they haven't been able to take that next step after that, if that makes any sense. It's always, 1 step ahead, 2 steps back. Got a flag on the return. But, of course, that's all in the past. Look to the future. Penn State's got a minute 41 and 2 timeouts here, depending on the flag. Now we got an illegal block in the back on the return team for Penn State. 10 yards, first down, Penn State. Got to get something going here on offense, though. Because if not, and then we stay deadlocked at 0 at halftime, whole way through the third and fourth quarter, hell, we might have, as they pan to Joey Porter in the stands, the great Steeler linebacker, whose son wears number 9 for the Lion defense, Joey Porter Jr. Hell, we might have a 3-0 Steeler win over the Dolphins with Penn State and Wisconsin today, even though it's not a mud bath after Thanksgiving. Incomplete, out of bounds, second down and 10. There's Barry Alvarez with the great Big Ten commissioner, Kevin Warren, my ass. Alvarez, former Wisconsin coach, AD to Wisconsin. Actually, just retired from that position, now a special advisor to the Big Ten. As the Big Ten, along with the ACC and the Pac-12, will have a alliance in the near future. Still really don't know what the hell that means by any means, but only time will tell. And I swear to God, I'm bugged. Because as soon as I say something, there you go, Gus Johnson. You got to bring up the alliance as well. Parker Washington for 8 yards, 3rd and 2. Penn State trips near side, right to left across your television screen. Clifford going to hand off, and no, he didn't get the first down. It was a give to Devin Ford, number 28, who's now in the ball game at tailback for the Nitwits. 4th and 1, minute 15 to play here in this first half. If I'm Penn State, I punt. I do not go for this on 4th and 1 to give Wisconsin a short field. Basically already in field goal range if they wanted to kick a field goal after they get the ball back. You punt this football. You pin them deep. You make them drive. Defense holds. The way defense is playing, you'll be all right. Wisconsin's going to call their third and final timeout in the meantime. But then you make them drive. Penn State's going to punt. And if they beat you deep, end up, putting some points on the board before the half, okay, so be it. But for the most part, you're still going to be deadlocked at 0 at halftime here. You punt. But that's the thing with Penn State's offense right now. They cannot hold the ball longer than a minute at a time, even with not even getting a few yards to show for it. It's 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. It's absolutely pathetic. But we got a good one. Because the way Wisconsin's offense is rolling right now, Penn State's defense, in the meantime, is holding down the fort. And that's really, as mentioned, all you can ask for right now, especially the way their offense is playing. And then it's Wisconsin's defense ahead, total at least, offense and defense, ahead of Penn State because they're able to also stop Penn State here on offense. At least Wisconsin can run the football. Penn State can't do a damn thing. And I get it's going to take some time to get used to another new system, but still, man, come on. Jordan Stout on a punt. Another punt for Penn State. And no kick-catch interference this time. We've got a return before Wisconsin is brought down around the... See where they spot the ball. Curtis Jacobs on the stop for the New Lions. First and 10 for the Badgers from the 31. And Ellis Brooks with a missed tackle in the backfield, along with Jesse Lucada and Arnold Ebikadi making the stop for the Nittany Lions. Wisconsin's fine with just letting this clock run out. They'll have to snap it once more, but unless something happens here, it's going to be halftime. And we got ourselves a defensive showdown. Mert's going to hand off. Sutherland on the stop, and that does it for the first half. In a top 20 Big Ten showdown to kick off the season, we have a tie ball game at the half between the 19th ranked Penn State Nittany Lions and the 12th ranked Wisconsin Badgers, all knotted up at 0 in this defensive showdown between the blue and white and the red and white. They're going to put 7 seconds back on the clock. So Wisconsin's going to get another play. It'll be 3rd down. Penn State actually called a timeout. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why you call a timeout there. Exactly. I get that much, but you don't want them to break one on you and then rather than tie it up at 0 at the half, you're losing now. Maybe you force a turnover, they'll probably just take a knee. And then you end up scoring. But 3rd and 4, Wisconsin's going to throw. They're going to go Hail Mary, go deep. And it's out of bounds, incomplete. And the clock does expire. So once again, at the half, Penn State, Wisconsin, all tied up at 0 between the Nittany Lions and Badgers here to begin the Big Ten regular season and college football as a whole as well. First scoreless Big Ten game at the half in 7 years. It was Michigan and Northwestern. And I believe Northwestern ended up winning that, if I'm not mistaken. I believe so. I'll have to look. Or if anybody does, in fact, know, let me know in the comments below. You know, Wisconsin's going to get the ball to begin the second half, as Fordham and Nebraska is about to begin the second half already. Western Michigan, Michigan about to also begin the third quarter, as well as both home teams in Michigan and Nebraska respectively lead at that. And yeah, okay, I knew Temple Rutgers was on. I don't know why the hell Fordham, Nebraska's on in my area. I'd like to be watching Temple Rutgers. I got some highlights here at halftime of this game. Rutgers was leading 5-0 over the visiting Temple Owls, and then 19-0. And Rutgers putting it to the Owls. They're up 26-7 at the half. So, I mean, both games sort of blowouts. Since Fordham, Nebraska is beginning the second half, and we're at halftime of this game, halftime of that game, halftime of that game as well, we'll keep this game on for the time being. And then, when needed, we'll flip some channels. But yes, at the half, if you're just now tuning in, Wisconsin and Penn State from Camp Randall Stadium in Madison are all tied up at 0 in a classic Big Ten defensive game. So yes, halftime with Penn State and Wisconsin tied at 0. Kansas State leads Stanford at the half as well. Michigan 27-7 over Western Michigan at the half. And then just beginning the second half, coming out of halftime, Nebraska leads Fordham 24-7. I was hoping Temple Rutgers, like I said, we'll flip channels when needed, but also at the half in that game, Rutgers leads Temple 26-7 at the half, as it looks like Stanford, Kansas State is also about to begin their second half from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, home of the Dallas Cowboys, who begin the 2021 NFL season on the road this upcoming Thursday night against the defending Super Bowl 55 champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for live watch-along reactions of that game, live right here on YouTube. Then, along with tomorrow night, All Elite Wrestling, AEW All Out, with CM Punk's return to the professional wrestling business in his first wrestling match in 7 years as he takes on Darby Allin tomorrow night. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State at Wisconsin, as we're deadlocked 0-0 at the half between the Nittany Lions and Badgers. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Wisconsin. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Getting the second half now with Kent State up 14-0 over Stanford Cardinal. Once more, Michigan 27-7 over Western Michigan. 24-7 Nebraska over the FCS. Fordham Patriots and Rutgers also leading at the half against Temple. But then also around the rest of the college football landscape, we're going to pull up some stats and scores here from around the country. Preview with what's to come later on today, tomorrow, and on Monday as well for Labor Day. Next week, when the time's right, at the end of today's game as well, for the games next weekend during week 2, as we'll never forget 20 years following the 9/11 attacks next Saturday. NFL kicks off next Thursday as well, as mentioned, with the Cowboys and Buccaneers. Week 1 next Sunday with a full slate of NFL games, and then Monday Night Football will be the Ravens and Raiders from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. But in the meantime, first half stats and scores with Penn State, Wisconsin, and from around the rest of college football. First half stats: Penn State, Wisconsin. Sean Clifford is 7-14 for 91 yards passing, or excuse me, 41 yards passing. Yeah, I was going to say 91 yards passing doesn't seem right. I was going to say that's a typo. I just read it wrong. Clifford is 7-14 for 41 yards passing once more. And then Penn State's rushing game, they have as a between 3 running backs, 8 carries for a total of 2 yards, which is absolutely ridiculous. Pathetic. Kane has 2 carries for 3 yards. Ford has a carry for a yard. And then Kevon Lee also has 2 carries for a yard as well. Clifford sacked once or twice there. 3 carries for -3 yards. So yeah, as a team, Penn State rushing has 8 carries for a total of 2 yards. 2 yards. Just, come on. They have to find the running game here in the second half. Just have to. Penn State receiving, Parker Washington leads the way. 2 catches for 32 yards receiving. Jahan Dawson, 3 catches for 11. Keandre Lambert-Smith also has a catch for a yard as well. Both quarterbacks about the same, as mentioned. Clifford 7-14 for 41 yards passing. Graham Mertz is 7-12 for 42 yards passing. So the passing attack is basically non-existent for both of these quarterbacks here early on. Tied at 0 with Penn State and Wisconsin once more. However, in the meantime, Wisconsin's been able to run the football. Ches Malusi, the transfer from Clemson, number 6 running back for the Badgers, has 17 carries for everyone's favorite number of 69 total rushing yards. Guerrero has 6 carries for 30 yards. Pryor on that end around, a carry for 8 yards. And then Wisconsin receiving, Jake Ferguson, starting tight end for the Badgers, number 84, Barry Alvarez's grandson, has 5 catches for 27 yards. Danny Davis, a catch for 9 yards, and Eisenbach, a catch for 6 yards. So, not a whole lot going for either team, honestly, especially for Penn State on offense. Sean Clifford can't do it all. You have to find the run game, open up the play action, and, hopefully at that point you have Wisconsin on their heels and you can beat them deep. But something's got to get going on offense for Penn State, because the defense, they're not going to be able to hold down the fort the whole entire game. Maybe they will be able to, like I said, maybe a defensive score or special teams comes into play for the Nittany Lions as well. Only time's going to tell here in this final 30 minutes of play once we return to action. But, Penn State on third down is 1 for 7. On every single offensive drive, they've had the ball less than a minute. It's a yard or so here or there. Of course, 1 first down compared to Wisconsin's 10 at that point in time when I saw it. Or 12 now, excuse me. So a 12-to-1 ratio. So Wisconsin's controlling the clock, 22 to 9 minutes. Penn State on offense, nothing going whatsoever. Like I said, the defense can't do it all. We've gotten a few breaks, with the blocked field goal and the fumble recovery. But how much longer can it last? Offense eventually is going to have to get something going. And so I'm going to start up front with the offensive line, that running game, and then Clifford opened it up and airing it out downfield. Flip side of that, Wisconsin on defense, of course, because they're stopping Penn State on offense, doing a damn good job. Just as Penn State's doing a damn good job on defense as well, holding down the fort once more, bending but not breaking just yet, and hopefully, knock on wood, they won't. But Penn State on defense cannot stop the rushing game from Wisconsin, as mentioned. Ches Belusi, 17 carries for 69 yards rushing. As Wisconsin as a team has 90 total rushing yards compared to Penn State's 2. So 8 carries for 2 yards for Penn State rushing compared to 31 carries for 90 yards. So who's got the advantage right now, regardless if neither team has anything to show for it on the scoreboard right now? All tied up to 0, of course. With as good as these defenses are, Wisconsin's offense is 10 times better right now than Penn State's, which is a little unfortunate, but coming into today's ball game, knew exactly what Wisconsin was going to do. That was run the ball down your throat. Graham Mertz, one of the best quarterbacks they've had in quite some time, if ever at all. Both quarterbacks average starts, but the difference right now, with as good as both of these defenses are, Penn State's defense, I think, a little bit better, just with those big stops. Because just think, they don't have those stops. The Nittany Lions are probably trailing at least by 2 scores, 2.5, 3 scores right now at the half. And then, especially still not being able to do anything on offense, long second half, game's over then at this point. But defense is held, and we're still tied at 0. So it's really, as mentioned once again, all you can really ask for from the defense from Penn State is to just keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully here sometime soon the offense kickstarts their own heart and they get back into the swing of things as they were on that 4-game winning streak to close out the year last year. But like I said, it's Penn State football for you. They either start out slow and then come on hot as of late, or they start out okay and then they try to hold on and win. That's just how it goes. But the difference is the running game between Wisconsin to Penn State. Wisconsin can run the football and Penn State can't. Both defenses are playing extremely well. Of course, the blocked field goal and the fumble recovery as well. Almost had an interception for Penn State as Tar Burton is playing in absence of Adisa Isaac at defensive end. But Arnold Ebiketie, 8K17s, along with Ellis Brooks, and those 2 bullshit calls on the kick catch interference penalties, and A.J. Litton transfer from Florida State as well. Those 3, of course, all on defense for Penn State, along with the rest of the Penn State defense, with Brisker injured Joey Porter making a few stops on Jair Brown, Jason Lucada, Brandon Smith, Curtis Jacobs as well. Mustfers getting in on the action, along with Derek Tangelo, the transfer from Duke. The defense is playing extremely well, and hopefully for Penn State here, sometime soon the offense can get in rhythm and get some drives going at least. And, if you have to settle for field goals here, tied at 0, I don't want to say so be it, but so be it, because if the defense is going to continue to play as well as they are, well, at least you have some points on the board compared to your opponent. And then, all anybody's ever going to remember at the end of the game what the final score was, and is whether you won or lost. So, the difference right now is Wisconsin's rushing attack compared to Penn State's, along with Penn State's offense not being able to do a damn thing, as usual for the most part. But Penn State, along with Wisconsin's defense here in the first half, playing extremely well. So, that, for the most part, sums it up, in my opinion, from what I've saw. If you have any chat questions or comments, always greatly appreciated. Let me know down below. But at the half, once more, Penn State on the road at Wisconsin to begin the 2021 campaign. We're all tied up at 0 at halftime. Wisconsin will receive the second half kick. Also today, in college football, we'll begin last week during week 0. As mentioned, Nebraska, as they lead Fordham here early third quarter, they went to Illinois last week and lost by 8, 30-22. Illinois hosts University of Texas San Antonio later on tonight. Also last Saturday, to close out the month of August, week 0 college football 2021, Fresno State defeated UConn 45-0. UCLA, they defeated Hawaii 44-10 before they host LSU from the Rose Bowl later on tonight. UAB shut out Jacksonville State on Wednesday 31-0 on Thursday. Central Florida Boise State went to the wee hours of the morning with the Golden Knights defeating the Broncos by 5, 36-31. Ball State, who Penn State hosts next week from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. The Ball State Cardinals defeated Western Illinois by 10, 31-21. Utah defeated Weber State 40-17. Another shutout with NC State at home defeating the South Florida Bulls 45-0. App State with a win over East Carolina 33-19. Tennessee defeated Bowling Green 38-6 from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville. Shout out to their mayor Kane, Glenn Jacobs. Arizona State also defeated Southern Utah 41-14 for anyone who's dyslexic. In double overtime, Eastern Washington defeated UNLV on the road 35-33, as we had a few FCS wins over big D1 FBS programs here already this week. That being one, Eastern Washington in double overtime by 2 over UNLV on the road. Last night we had South Dakota State defeat Colorado State 42-23. But also on Thursday, Ohio State, the Buckeyes, went to the Twin Cities and defeated the Minneapolis Golden Gophers by a final score of 45-31. Last night, as mentioned earlier, Virginia Tech upset North Carolina by a final score of 17-10. Charlotte with a 3-point home win against the Duke Blue Devils 31-28. Wake Forest 42-10 over former Penn State offense coordinator and now new Old Dominion head football coach Ricky Ronnie by a final score once again of 42-10. Eastern Michigan beat St. Francis 35-15. Kansas, the Jayhawks of Kansas, won their first football game in 2 years with their new head coach and Lance Lepoid coming down from Buffalo, as Buffalo also picked up a win this week on Thursday, I might add, against Wagner 69-7. So No more Les Miles. They're paying Les Miles. They're paying Charlie Weiss, as far as I know, still. As Charlie Weiss, of course, had a buyout with Notre Dame and Kansas. I believe one of those, if not both, are officially official. They're done with. He's not being paid by him anymore. But Kansas football is an absolute dumpster fire, a disgrace to college football. They're good in basketball, yeah, don't get me wrong, but good to see Kansas pick up a 3-point win at home against South Dakota. So don't want to confuse anyone with South Dakota and then South Dakota State. Kansas defeated South Dakota 17-14. And then South Dakota State defeated Colorado State 42-23. And then also last night, Colorado defeated Northern Colorado 35-7. And then, as mentioned, with Michigan State and Northwestern, a little bit of a surprise in my eyes that the Spartans went to Evanston, Ryan Field, that high grass, defeated the Wildcats and Pat Fitzgerald by a final score of 38-21. Surprised that they won, but then even more surprised with how they did it. As Michigan State on the ground, talk about running the football. Kenneth Walker III had 23 carries for 264 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns last night for the Spartans in their road win over Northwestern. Just think, he doesn't score 4 touchdowns. They lose if everything else goes the way it did. But he did score those 4 touchdowns. Northwestern would have won by 11 if he wouldn't have played, but he played, scored those 4 scores as mentioned, and hey, 4 score and 17 points is the margin. Northwestern drops to 0-1 to begin the season, with Michigan State now at 1-0 with a few Big Ten versus Big Ten conference matchups to begin the season this year in the Big Ten in college football, which is very unusual. Normally it's, a tune-up game here or there, maybe a decent non-conference game, and then you get into the Big Ten conference schedule. But no. Ohio State, Minnesota, Michigan State, Northwestern. We got Penn State, Wisconsin right now, about to begin the second half, all tied up at 0. And then still Indiana, Iowa to come at 3:30 as we begin the second half here with Penn State and Wisconsin. We'll get back to stats and scores from this game along with from around the rest of the country during our next commercial break here as we have a touchback on the kickoff. 1st and 10, Badgers from the 25-yard line as they'll go right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial to begin this third quarter. So yeah, stats and scores from this game along from around the rest of the country coming up momentarily from the games that are currently going on right now, as we've already, of course, just recapped everything from last week and everything that's already happened thus far this week during week 1 on Thursday and Friday night respectively. But Saturday's games, these noon kicks, we'll get to momentarily. 1st and 10, Wisconsin from the 25, handoff, Chez Malusi, a yard for him before being brought down by number 17, Arnold Ebiketie. Hey Arnold takes down Chez as the Wisconsin cheese industry is booming. Got a yard on gain, 2nd and 1. Let me know what your favorite type of cheese is, along with how you like it in the comments below. From the 26, 2nd and 9. Mertz over the middle, complete on the slant before Jair Brown makes the stop. It'll be 3rd down and 1. There's been a lot of very close, whether it's 3rd and 1 or 1st down calls from these officials. Done an all right job. I mean, few bad calls I've thought, but for the most part, they're keeping this game going, and that's really all that matters right now, and especially the way these defenses have played. We got ourselves a defensive showdown here in the Big Ten with Penn State and Wisconsin tied up at 0 here as we begin the second half. Out of the eye, Mertz going to hand off, and Penn State going to make another defensive stand right at the line of scrimmage. 4th down And Wisconsin will punt to begin the second half. Penn State going to get the football. Good to see number 1, Jaquan Brisker, back out there on the field at safety. Ches Malusi just tripped up. And then Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith, 13 and 12 respectively, make the stop for the Nittany Lion defense. 4th and 1, Wisconsin on to punt. Watch the fake. Watch the fake. Wisconsin punts it away. And a fair catch signal for at the 13-yard line by Jahan Dawson. Will be first down and 10 for the Penn State offense from there. Speaking of this Penn State offense once more, they have to get something going. I don't care what it is, whether it's running the football, play action, take some deep shots, just do something, please. It's like that meme. You got the stick. It's, hey, do something. Like, wake the hell up. I don't care if it was a 12 noon kick here on the East Coast and 11 o'clock local Central Time or not. Come on. Parker Washington in motion, 1st and 10. Penn State looking to throw. Clifford on the pass. It's complete to another number 3, Parker Washington. He gets 8 yards, and it'll be second and short. From the 23, out of the gun, Penn State once again looking to throw. It's going to be caught. Parker Washington, back-to-back receptions, first down at lines. Hey, if that's what it takes, short and sweet, quick passes, so be it. Just make sure you get some balance to it once you get this rolling and get the run game involved. Pass complete near side. There's Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian 757 country. First down, Nittany Lions. Where the hell was this all first half? That's what I want to know. You've gone 15 yards in a matter of 20 seconds, and now we've got a whistle. Play's going to be blown dead. It'll still be 1st and 10, unless there's a penalty. The officials were not set. Well, get the hell set so we can get this game on the road. Especially as many bad calls you've already thrown. So Penn State's still trying to go hurry up here a little bit, it seems like. They're stacking the receivers at the top and bottom of your screen, left to right, out of the guns, Clifford. Now under center he's going to go. Now the audible. Theo Johnson in motion, 84 the tight end. In the slot, top of your screen now. Fake the give. Clifford over the middle, it's incomplete, just a little high for Dawson. Incomplete, the flag comes in late. All right, I'll take that PI. I'll take that pass interference. It's an automatic first down for Penn State. That's probably a good pass interference call, honestly, too, to be honest with you, because the one they had on Penn State on Kalen King earlier was a good call. We'll see a replay on this if it was a good call or not. The two that I, flip shit on were those kick-catch interference when they were clean tackles. That's a good pass interference call. First down in the lines. Ball at midfield. Motion man, the tight end, Strange. Clifford fakes the give to Noah Kane. Drops back, going to go deep down the middle. Has a man wide open, Jahan Dawson, the 5-yard line. Touchdown, Penn State. Busted coverage. I don't know how the hell he got that wide open, but 6 points on the board now. Penn State with a 6-0 lead pending the extra point with 12:08 to play in this third quarter. What I say, take the deep shot. There was no running whatsoever on this drive, and just a simple post from the near side for Dawson right down the middle of the field, wide open. And touchdown Penn State, right on the money from Clifford. And with 12:08 to play, the extra point is up and good. Penn State leads Wisconsin on the road in a now very low scoring, still defensive showdown, Big Ten Classic, 7-0 as we kick off the season. Like I said, where the hell was this all first half? That's what I want to know. Like, honestly, it took you 30 minutes of football and 2 hours of game time to get your head out of your ass to figure out, oh, this is what we need to do? Hell, like, come on, man. It just, some shit blows your mind. It's like, I mean, at least now they got things rolling for the most part. Big question is now, can the defense hold as they have all game long? 0-0 at the half. Penn State forces a 3-and-out by Wisconsin on the opening drive, and then a very quick touchdown drive to take the lead here on the road. Can they keep it rolling? That's going to be the question now. Can the defense hold? At least make some plays, make some stands. If they give up a few points now, okay, so be it. Just don't give up a lead. But the way the defense is playing, I don't think Penn State's going to have to really worry about that. Offensively now, though, like I said, can they keep this rolling? That's going to be the big question. And if they can get a lead, get the run game going, drain the clock, hey, you're going to get out of Dodge with a win. And 1-0 start the year, especially in a top 20 showdown on the road at Wisconsin. Can't really ask for anything better than that. Especially after the way they started last year at 0-5, even with the 4-game winning streak to close out the year. Whether that 4-game winning streak would turn to 5 with a win today. So, still, I get a lot of football left to be played. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but, I mean, like I said, the big question now is going to be, can they keep this up? If so, and the defense continues to hold, Penn State's going to be in a good situation from now until the end of the ball game. So once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football week 1 as we kick off the 2021 season with Penn State and Wisconsin from Camp Randall Stadium in the capital city of Madison, Wisconsin. I'm sure somebody's watching this game in a van down by the river, but yeah, Penn State's first 22 plays, they had a total of 43 yards. So just double plays to yards. A 4-play drive goes 80 plus for 7. Something's not adding up. Of course not, but at least they figured out what to do on that drive and put up 7. And now Penn State has the lead 7-0 at Wisconsin as the Badgers will get the ball back here for their second drive of this second half. But just as the defense is held for the blue and white, can the offense, once they get the ball back, keep things rolling? That's the question now moving forward. Stay tuned. We'll get back into stats and scores from this game and from around the country momentarily. I know I said it was going to be during the first commercial break. It'll be during the next second commercial break. Jesse Luketa gets to Graham Mertz on the play action. Incomplete. As mentioned with Jesse Luketa from the Great White North of Canada, playing some backer and DN this year with number-wise depth there, but experience. And then the depth they have at linebacker as well. You can move him, give him some more playing time, and make some more plays. And down goes Jaquan Brisker, another injured Nittany Lion. He's been injured all game long as Ches Malusi breaks one first down run for Wisconsin. The other thing too, Penn State's defense, as much as they've been able to hold and of course block that field goal and recover that fumble from earlier, still no points to show for it until they just scored. Penn State cannot stop Wisconsin rushing game. They can't. So keep that in mind, of course, moving forward if it keeps up. But yeah, Jesse Luketa on the hit to force the incompletion, and then Malusi with a first down run and another injured blue and white defender, and Brisker, who has been the only main line injured all game, and it's now for the third time here in this third quarter. So you have depth at secondary. I mean, if he's not good to go, don't throw him back in there. Throw somebody else in his spot. But at the same time, he is good to go, or regardless if he is or isn't, and he's still the best player out there, well, get your ass in there, you're going to play, because he's going to want to play to begin with. So, yeah. We'll see what Wisconsin continues to do on this drive. Like I said, they had a few long drives there, but both stalled with the blocked field goal and the fumble. And then Penn State here already gave him a 3-and-out to begin the second half. And another big first down run, but they've given up that how many times already? So, see if the long drive continues, but can Penn State's defense hold? Continue to hold. And then once the offense gets the ball back, well, we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will if they can keep it rolling or not. But knock on wood, hopefully. But like I said as well, don't want to get too far ahead of myself here early on. But still a lot of football to be played. Early third quarter. About 12 minutes to play, if I'm not mistaken. But touchdown Nebraska. So they're rolling over Fordham. In the meantime, I know I said with Temple and Rutgers, I was going to see if I can get that game on here potentially. Nebraska's up 37-7 pending the extra point at home against Fordham. So they're going to win. It's just going to be a question now on if I can get Temple and Rutgers or not. If so, we're going to turn that game on. If not, we'll have to go back to Fordham and Rutgers, or if we can try to get another game on potentially. No, we got Temple Rutgers now, so we'll keep this on. I know that game was sort of a blowout as well at the half, 26-7. But I mean, really, these noon games, there's really not that. There's a few good games, but there's not really that many good games, if that makes any sense. A lot of the better games this weekend are a little bit later on today and tonight, and then tomorrow and Monday night as well. Yeah, so we're still going to have Penn State, Wisconsin, of course, and then Stanford, Kansas State. Michigan leads Western Michigan, I believe, 33-7, if I'm not mistaken. Oklahoma at the half leads Tulane 37-14. Yes, 33-7 Michigan over Western Michigan midway through the third quarter. And then we'll check in on Temple and Rutgers, as mentioned, following their current commercial break. And then we'll get into other scores as well momentarily. So stick around. Okay, Arnold Ebiketie went into the locker room for Penn State. Don't know why. Jaquan Brisker on the bike on the sideline, which is a good sign. He's been injured 3 different times in this game, but he's still trying to get back out there. Rutgers leads Temple 26-14 now, as they just began the second half as well. So the game was actually supposed to be on Thursday night. Postponed to today, though, because of flooding from Hurricane Ida. First down, Badgers in the meantime. This Penn State-Wisconsin game, matchup-wise, of course, top 20 in the rankings. Mertz looking to throw, has a man wide open to the 30-yard line. First down, Wisconsin again. Danny Davis, the third on the reception. This is the best game at noon. And then, I mean, you could throw in for the most part Temple, Rutgers, Stanford playing a little bit better, them and Kansas State. I mean, Oklahoma was blowing out Tulane in an away game at their own home stadium because that game had to get moved because of the hurricane. And then Michigan is hosting Western Michigan. 1st and 10 from the 25. End around again. Penn State ready for it. However, a couple missed tackles. Come on. First down run as Kendrick Pryor gets 10 on end around. Missed tackle by Drew Castro Fields. Missed tackle by Jonathan Sutherland. Missed tackle by Brandon Smith. Missed tackle by Curtis Jacobs. And then Jai Pryor was the one who pushed him out of bounds. They give him 9, 2nd and 1. But Wisconsin, once again, knocking on the door. However, they still have nothing to show for because of a field goal block and a fumble, both inside the red zone. First down run for Chez Mellusi, first down Badgers. Under 10 to play here in this third quarter. Under center, another handoff, and Mellusi for a yard. Mertz, a quick pass. It's caught by Ferguson. Almost dropped it. Brandon Smith on the stop. It was a sort of, hey, here's a quick pass, go grab it, and Ferguson came down with it. Nice one-handed grab. Should have ended up dropping, but he came down with it. It'll be 1st and goal for Wisconsin inside the 5. First and goal from the 3. Penn State rushing on another defender. Out of the eye. Mellusi walks into the end zone. Touchdown, Wisconsin. And an extra point away from right back to where we started from. Right back to an even playing service at 7 apiece, just as it was 0-0 until Penn State took an early 7-0 lead here early third quarter. So maybe just as the first half was a defensive showdown, we'll have an offensive shootout here in the second half, and really whoever the hell has the ball last ends up scoring, ends up winning maybe. I think Penn State's defense has been able to hold, but they still can't stop the rushing game. Extra point. Penn State's already blocked the field goal. Extra point up and good, and we're all tied up once again at 7 apiece. 7-7. Penn State, Wisconsin. Penn State going to get the football back when we return. As mentioned, first half stats and scores will add into, of course, these 2 touchdowns now for both Penn State and Wisconsin. Tied up at 7. Sean Clifford is now 11 of 18 for 117 yards passing and a touchdown. Penn State still the same as what they were rushing. And then Jahan Dotson has 4 catches for 60 yards and a score. Parker Washington 4 for 47. And then Keandre Lambert-Smith 2 catches for 13 yards. Wisconsin, as they just tied it up, Graham Mertz is now 11 of 17 as well for 92 yards passing. Chez Mellusi is toting the rock this afternoon for Wisconsin, just as was what Wisconsin does with whoever the hell the running back is. Anyway, he has 24 carries for 94 yards rushing and that touchdown to tie it. But as mentioned, also around college football today, currently early third quarter, Oklahoma in a road game at their home stadium, as Tulane, vice versa, is playing a home game on the road because of Hurricane Ida. Game moved from New Orleans to Norman. Oklahoma is playing a road game in their own home stadium. Doesn't matter. Oklahoma was going to blow them out anyway. They're doing just that. The Sooners lead over the Tulane Green Wave 37-14. Kentucky leads Louisiana Monroe 31-7. Boston College 30-0 at the end of 3 against Colgate. Michigan 33-7 over Western Michigan. Rutgers 26-14 over Temple. Holy Cross. I mean, holy shit, holy hell, they're beating UConn 24-21. And then Kansas State, as mentioned, yes, they're defeating Stanford. Early fourth quarter already, 14-0. There's a few games here, this 12 o'clock window, already end third, early fourth quarter, whereas a few are still only just starting the second half or midway through the third quarter right now. Army leads Georgia State 33-10. Nebraska 38-7 with that extra point up a good following that last touchdown. They lead at home against Fordham. Oregon 7-0 at home against Fresno State. Oregon has to travel to Columbus to the Shoe next Saturday to take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Should be a good one. The Air Force Academy lead Lafayette 7-0. The Hogs of Arkansas got to get on down to Arkansas. They lead Rice 7-0. And then everything else is still yet to come today or this weekend. And we'll get into those games at some point in time by the end of the broadcast. Once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State on the kickoff return out to the 20-yard line goes Devin Ford. 1st and 10 in the Lions from there with 7:55 to play in this third quarter. All tied up at 7. 7 apiece. 7-7 with Penn State and Wisconsin. See what Penn State draws up here on offense. 1st and 10 from the 20. Tied at 7, 21-yard line officially. Out of the gun. Clifford gonna fake the give, gonna go deep down the far sideline and overthrows his intended target, number 84, Theo Johnson. Second and 10 for Penn State. Ball still at 21-yard line here. Clifford once again looking to throw far side. Under to Jahan Dotson. It's incomplete. Short off to him. 3rd down and 10. And just like that, back-to-back incompletions. Here we go again, just as it was all first half. Penn State's not even going to have the ball on offense for a minute, and they're going to have to give it back. Once again, Clifford looking to throw. Deep down the middle. Has a man, Keandre Lambert-Smith. First down, Penn State at the 25-yard line. Now they're going deep. Hey, we can't run the football, we might as well throw every single play and air raid it out like Mike Leach has done everywhere he's been. 1st and 10, Nittany Lions from the 27-yard line, knocking on the door in Wisconsin territory. Pump fake from Clifford, going to go deep down the near sideline again, incomplete, intended for Parker Washington. And if this keeps up, like I said, and the defense continues to bend but not break, and then they get the run game going maybe a little bit later on. Jump offside there for Wisconsin. Flag comes in. Clifford has a free play. They might throw a false start, but then a flag comes in late as well for a pass interference. So they'll decline the offside and take the PI. Automatic first down rather than 1st and 5. But they could say, well, we rolled it dead with the offside. They, could say false start though too. And then there's no pass interference because the play was dead. I decline, if there's 2 penalties, you decline the offside and you take the pass interference. Two fouls. Offside, that's going to be declined. That's declined, okay. And then pass interference on Wisconsin, 15 yards. It's a spot foul, 1st down, Penn State. Crowd doesn't like it, but yeah, that's an offside. And they let the play run. And then, yeah, that's a pass interference. So Penn State, 1st down and 10 from the 13-yard line. They got 8 shots to punch this in. Needs 6, not 3, needs 6. Clifford going to go deep, back corner, far side of the end zone. Washington goes up one-handed, incomplete. A little too far for him anyway. Yeah, Mike Yursich looking at his playbook. Fuck it. We'll just throw it every play now. You got to be smart, though, with your passes, Clifford. Fake on the end around to Dawson. It's going to be caught by Noah Kane here near side in the flat. He's going to be brought down, though, right away. 3rd and 9. They say 3rd and 10. No gain on the play. If you can get 3, okay, but I'd like 6. I'd like a touchdown. Especially with, you get another big passing play along with a pass interference on this drive. You're knocking on the door. Well, as bad as it's already been, they got 4 top of your screen, 3 in trips. So an empty set 5 wide for Penn State here, 3rd and 10 from 13. Wisconsin brings pressure. Clifford going to tuck in and run. Go. And he's going to be brought down at the 5-yard line, 6-yard line, about 3 yards shy of the 1st down, 4th down and 3. Just go. Don't hesitate. Just go. And then he even thought about throwing it after he crossed the line of scrimmage, which if he would have done that, that'd be a penalty. I mean, there's only so much you can do. I understand that, but Penn State's going to have to settle for a field goal here now. You take the points. You do not go for this, especially in a tie ball game. With as bad as the offense has been to this point, you take the points. You kick your 23-yard field goal right now. Jordan Stout's kick is up, and Jesus fucking Christ, no good. Wide right. So, still tied at 7. Come on. You do all that, and then you still have nothing to show for it. So, chip shot field goals aren't chip shots anymore, folks. Penn State blocked a 25-yarder of Wisconsin's, and Penn State just missed a 23-yard field goal. Come on. Jordan Stout's the kicker and the punter. I don't know where Jake Pinninger's at by any means. He just kicked it straight on and it was wide right. From the right hash. But at the same time now, okay. Keep your head up. Go back to work. The way the defense was played, hopefully they continue to hold, but the way they've been giving up a few runs to Ches Malusi, well, Wisconsin's been able to drive 95% of this game. The thing with that is, missing the field goal, Wisconsin's got to start now inside the 20-yard line. So they got length of field to go. They don't take this lead. Hopefully the Penn State defense holds here, but we'll see once we return. Rutgers with an interception return for a touchdown in the meantime, as they just put up 40 on Temple. As I've said, I feel Greg Schiano and Brett Bielema at Rutgers and Illinois respectively are going to turn both those programs around. Just give them time. 40-14 now. Scarlet Knights over the Owls. The thing is, Rutgers in the Big Ten, with all the powerhouses they play, you know, they were good when they were in the Big East. They were good then as well whenever they were in the American Athletic Conference for joined the Big Ten, 7 years ago. They'd be good back there, especially with all those conference realignment potentially, but none of these conferences are going to kick out any teams. They'll just keep adding. And teams aren't going to leave a conference unless they absolutely have to or the money's better elsewhere, especially if the money's good where they're at. We'll stay. We'll get our ass kicked every week, and if it helps out the athletic program, so be it. That's just how it goes. 5:54 to play in this third quarter. Still tied up 7 following that missed field goal by Penn State. 1st and 10, Wisconsin. And Mertz hands off. And about 5 yards on that run. Second and 5, Mertz on the play action, complete to Ferguson on the tight end, and then Tarburton along with Brown on the stop. They're going to say he lost a yard, 3rd and 6. I don't know if he lost a yard by any means, but ball still spotted at the 35-yard line here. Or 25-yard line, excuse me. Penn State bringing some pressure. Mertz over the middle, incomplete. Daquan Hardy on the coverage. And no penalty flag. No pass interference, that's incomplete. 4th down and 6. Wisconsin's on the punt. So, missed field goal or not, Penn State with a 3 and out for Wisconsin on offense here. That's a good no call. Maybe a little questionable, depending on who you ask, but that's a good no call. Compared to the pass interferences, penalties that they've thrown already in this game, that's a good no call. Once again, watch for a fake. It'd be stupid to on 4th and 6, especially inside around the 20-yard line. Dawson calls for a fair catch. That's kick-catch interference. That's perfect kick-catch interference. The 2 earlier that you threw penalty flags on, no, those were clean hits. Now that's kick-catch interference on Wisconsin rather than Penn State this time around. And now you don't want to agree with it, but yeah, check the rule book. You better not pick up this damn flag. That's kick catch interference. You cannot, unless he was pushed into him. Wisconsin pushed Penn State into Penn State. No. Oh, now they pick it up and say no foul. And when I say pushed in, I mean same team. Not from the other team to their opponent, as that was. They pick it up. It is what it is. I mean, it's going to be 1st and 10 Penn State from where the hell the ball went out of bounds at, because he couldn't catch it, because that was kick catch interference, not the other two. But from the 35 now. Can you get the run game going, please? And yeah, 9 total rushing yards compared to Wisconsin's almost 150. They do run it. Kevon Lee trying to break the outside, and nowhere. He's going to lose like 5-6 yards on that run. North-south. The end zone's that way, not east-west. There's a hole there, but the backer bit and, yeah, close the gap. You got to do what you got to do, but try not to lose that many yards. Clifford going to go deep again down the middle. Has a man and Dotson and overthrows him. That's the second time he's overthrown him. He hit him the one time for the score, and then hit Parker Washington on the other before they missed the field goal on their last drive. So they're going deep. But when you still can't run the football, and it's 3rd and 15 now, just like that, the play calling, it's not getting any easier right now. From the 30. Clifford looking to throw. He gets drilled. At least he held on to the football. Goes down on the sack. And, yeah, I saw that coming from a mile away. Lions got to block better. Plain and simple. That's it. Second, third time he's already been sacked today. And they can't run the football. And once again, Clifford can't do it all himself. I don't care if he's deep shot after deep shot after deep shot, chucking it downfield, whether he's hitting his receivers or not. If they keep this pass rush up, and then they're still throwing, well, eventually he's going to get hit, ball's going to come loose, fumble, going to have an interception, something along those lines, and it's not going to be good. Big booming punt, and unfortunately goes in the end zone for a touchback. A 76-yard punt by Jordan Stout. But, of course, net for 56 with the touchback out to the 20-yard line. So, still tied at 7. Nothing new. Penn State's defense, hopefully they can continue to hold down the fort here the rest of the game. And Penn State's offense, well, with the passing attack coming along, but they still can't run the football. If they had a little bit of a running game, it might be a little bit of a different story right now, or eventually coming up. But at the same time, you just don't know. So Wisconsin once again starts from the 20-yard line. 1st and 10. Just gets a snap off. And then Malusi's brought down by 91, Devon Ellis. And after a pickup of 7, it'll be 2nd and 3. Penn State's defense, along with Wisconsin's, but Penn State's more so than not, has been on the field the most of any group this afternoon, yes. And good to see, once again, number 1, Jaquan Brisker back out on the field. Hopefully he doesn't get injured again. Mertz rolling out, has a man. It's complete to Danny Davis. They're going to say catch. I don't know if he had both feet in bounds or not. It's college, though, so he need 1, but I don't even know if he had that. They're going to say first down. Let's see a replay here. You better look at it. Caught the ball. Toe tap. That's a catch. From the 44. Wisconsin under center. Another handoff. Ches Malusi. 11 yards for him. First down, Badgers. See, that's the thing. Wisconsin can run the football. Penn State can't. Especially going to go into the fourth quarter here or jump around about the play. Tied at 0, tied at 7, whatever. Wisconsin with football potentially going to take the lead. They can run the football, and that's going to come back and bite Penn State in the ass because they can't. From the 45-yard line. Another handoff. Malusi for 2. It'll be second down. Good to see AK-17 Arnold Ebiketie back out on the field as well. Went in the locker room here early second half. 2nd and 9 officially after a pickup of 1. Under a minute to play in this third quarter. Tied at 7. And over the middle, it's caught by Davis again. Castro Fields on the coverage. It'll be 3rd down and 2. They're not going to go to a commercial break at the end of the third quarter. They're going to give us jump around in its entirety. As, of course, last night we saw Virginia Tech come out to enter Sandman as they do. They pulled the upset win at home over North Carolina. Fans are back. College football is back. For the most part, back to normal. That does it for the third quarter. First down run for Wisconsin. But now we're about to jump around in the tied 7 apiece Big Ten defensive showdown from Camp Randall Stadium with Penn State and Wisconsin. They actually do go to a commercial. Must be a quick commercial break if they're going to give it to us in its entirety, which it's going to be starting here at the start of the fourth quarter. So I guess we can pack it up and pack it in and get ready to jump around, if you will. But $15 minutes to play. What's going to happen? Let me know in the comments below who you have winning between Penn State and Wisconsin, as we're tied still at 7 apiece.
Make your most cherished treasures feel like new for generations. Enjoy the confidence of a local and family-owned jeweler. First Jewelers in downtown Belfont.
When it's time to disconnect and enjoy something real, it's nice to surround yourself with close friends in your own natural playground. That's why Straw Brewery has been crafting one natural brew at a time for 5 generations, giving you a great tasting way to capture, to celebrate, and to reconnect with your independent spirit. Straw, honestly fresh and fiercely independent since 1872.
Blaze Alexander Hyundai Mazda is all about great selection, great prices, and great service. We have new Hyundais in stock and on the way. We have new Mazdas in stock and on the way. You can put your name on a car before it even arrives. We have over 200 pre-owned on location and over 2,000 available in all. We not only have them, they're priced to sell. Check us out online at blazealexanderhyundai.com or blazealexandermazda.com. Blaze Alexander Hyundai Mazda, 1703 West College Avenue in State College. Tell them Johnny sing it.
Here we go. Seven at the end of 3, as we were tied at the half, 0-0. Both teams score one touchdown apiece in the third, and now we're going to the fourth. And about to jump around. Penn State with a few bombs in the third quarter to put up 7, just as Wisconsin did as well. But what team here in the fourth quarter's coming to get down and coming to take the W? Will be those red W helmets of Wisconsin, or will be the visiting blue and white Penn State Lions? 2nd and 8 for the Badgers, as college football is back. College football traditions is what makes college football, along with the fans. It's 10 times better than the NFL. Players, of course, don't get paid, but now you have the NIL in effect. But college football compared to, and this is for anything, the past year and a half, of course, for the most part, is officially 100% back in some sort of fashion. So, of course, Penn State has the whiteout. Wisconsin has jump around at the end of the third, beginning fourth quarter. Third and 7 from the 25. Mert's going to go deep down the middle, and it's going to be incomplete, almost picked off by Daquan Hardy at the goal line. 4th down. See if Wisconsin can capitalize with a field goal here. If not, well, then we'll still all be tied up at 7. Now, if they do make this, then it's going to come back to Penn State missing that field goal to trail by 3 rather than tied up at 10 from 43 yards. Penn State blocked the 25-yarder earlier. Kick's going to be up, and kick's going to be good for Wisconsin. And the Badgers take a 10-7 lead here early fourth quarter. So Penn State has to figure something out on offense now. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Because if not, they're screwed. Kansas State 24-0 over Stanford, which is a surprise. Michigan leading Western Michigan, whereas Rutgers is also leading Temple 47-14.
Oh no, I thought I just ordered tacos.
Nope, ramen, burgers, milk from the store, and
Cookies? Wow, me hungry. Here, I'll call some friends to help us eat. Get more from your neighborhood. Hey, yo, Grover. DoorDash.
you know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, crash it, nix. Doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it. Every customer, current, new, or business. Up to $800 for the 5G phone you want. Because everyone deserves better. Put my phone in the washer and the dryer.
Some updated scores, as mentioned, Wisconsin with that go-ahead field goal. They now lead Penn State 10-7 here, early fourth quarter. Oklahoma 40-22 in a road game at home for them, as Tulane is playing a home game on the road. Sooners lead 40-22. Kentucky 38-7 over the week. Louisiana Monroe. Boston College 51-0 over Colgate. Michigan 40-7 over Western Michigan. 47-14 Rutgers over Temple. So yes, Michigan and Rutgers both at home leading. Stanford just scored. Plays under further review though, as they're playing a neutral site against Kansas State. So Kansas State, though, technically the home team in this game, is still leading. So all four games right now, all home teams are winning. Holy Cross is still defeating UConn, just beginning of the fourth quarter, 31-28. Yes, 24-6 with the score under review for Kansas State leading Stanford. Army 36-10 over Georgia State. Nebraska scored again, 45-7 over Fordham. Oregon 14-3 now over Fresno State. Arkansas 7-0 over Rice, and the Air Force 14-0 over Lafayette. Games still to come today and this weekend. 3:30 on ABC, Alabama and the U, Miami, Ohio, and Cincinnati. Indiana, Iowa, 3:30 on Big Ten Network. Marshall and Navy. West Virginia, Maryland, that's on ESPN at 3:30. Louisiana Tech, Mississippi State. Central Michigan, Mizzou. UMass in the Steel City taking on the Pitt Panthers. Penn State on the kickoff return out to around the 32, 33-yard line, depending on the spot. Also, today, tonight, this weekend, Montana State and Wyoming. Northern Iowa plays at Iowa State, as the Cyclones are coming off a New Year's Six Bowl win. Louisiana Lafayette travels to Austin, Texas to take on Hook'em Horns, as Texas debuts Steve Sarkisian as their new head football coach. One of his two former previous institutions, as he was the head coach at USC. The Trojans host San Jose State. Akron at Auburn. Auburn's coming here in 2 weeks for Penn State. Noah Cain down the far sideline. First down, big first down run for Penn State. There's the running game. All right. Out past midfield. See how much that went for. Goes from 133, 34-yard line to the other. So do the math. Quick bubble screen pass complete. Far side to 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith. It'll be second down and medium here. 2nd and 4 officially. Ball 28, Penn State going hurry up again. Out of the gun, Parker Washington in motion. Clifford looking to throw and is dropped by Keandre Lambert-Smith this time. Incomplete. 3rd down and 4. Also, tonight, Syracuse and Ohio. As mentioned, Oregon State and Purdue. Texas Tech and Houston, and then we'll get into the other big games. With a top 5 showdown from Charlotte also tonight as well. 3rd and 4. Clifford in the gun. Penn State in this 4th quarter. Right to left. Clifford looks to throw. Has a man. Gets it off to Noah Kane on the screen. He breaks the tackle. First down. Penn State inside the 20 down to the 14-yard line. You don't score a touchdown on this, or at least tie this ball game back up with a field goal. Come on. Clifford looking to throw again. In the end zone, a little high for Dotson, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. From the 15, 2nd and 10. Clifford going to keep it. Quarterback draw up the gut to the 8-yard line. Pick up a 7. It'll be 3rd and 3. 12.5 to play. Penn State trails by 3 on the road at Wisconsin. Dotson in motion. Gonna hand off Noah Kane. This is when you have to be able to run the football. And he gets stuffed. You got to kick it. You got to take the 3. You got to kick the field goal here. And if they end up missing this, back-to-back drives on missed field goals in the red zone, no running game, no kicking game, as this is also from inside of 30. It's the other end zone, though. And the kick is up and good. So, okay, sigh of relief. All tied up at 10. Penn State ties it at 10 on the road at Wisconsin with 11:26 to play. Wisconsin can get the ball back when we return. This arguably, depending on what else happens this weekend, could end up going down as, don't want to say it just yet, but potentially maybe one of the best games of all week on here this weekend to kick off the year. And in this age college football, you don't really see this low scoring of a game with a defensive showdown taking place. I don't care what conference you're in. But 10-10. Penn State ties at 10. They would have a 13-10 lead if they would have made that other field goal. So keep that in mind if it comes down to it late, along with not being able to run the football. But they sort of were able to on this last drive. Had a few, that one long run there by Noah Kane. And then a good play call or two. Clifford making a few good decisions, getting rid of the ball, not taking a sack. And then Noah Kane making some moves. So he's a no-brainer number 1 running back for Penn State. But last year, of course, he went down early, missed the whole year, and they're already without Journey Brown, and it's still with not being able to run the football, even with the 4-game winning streak into this year after starting 0-5 last year. The trend of still not being able to run the football is continuing to transition over as well. So see if the defense can hold, just as they did all first half. If now's not a better time to make a few big stops on defense for Penn State, I don't know then when is. Especially in a tie ball game still, 10 apiece, especially on the road at Wisconsin in the fourth quarter. So we'll see what it gives. I always say something will, something does. It's a matter of what and when. But it's been a good game. It has. I mean, I've enjoyed watching this. I enjoy watching any college football game, for that matter. Especially Penn State football, especially Big Ten football. Don't care who the hell's playing. So 10 apiece. Penn State about to kick off. Big question too, along with can Penn State on offense keep everything rolling, the defense continue to hold? What one of these two coaches has something up their sleeve here late in the game? Penn State on the kickoff, boom it deep, down in the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10, Badgers from the 25-yard line. First and 10, Badgers from the 25. Mertz on the play fake. Has a man at the 39. It's incomplete then. Good coverage by Brisker. Curtis Jacobs came in a little late there, but ball falls incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Two yards for Guerrero. Third and 8. Penn State can get another quick stop and get the ball back, and then that's what I've been saying, especially late. Home, away, doesn't matter. You want to have your run game going by this point so you can drain the clock then, and then you don't have the lead already, will you score, and then you end up winning. Mertz, it's going to be almost intercepted. Jair Brown from Lackawanna Community College. He's down injured now, almost had the pick, and now he's hurt. That's twice now they've almost had 2 interceptions off of Mertz. Plus the blocked field goal and the fumble recovery that they did have. Hit him right in the chest. So they're going to take a break. It'll be 4th down. Wisconsin's going to be on to punt, but another injury timeout. 10.5 to play. In the meantime, the Rutgers, they're going to get the ball back. And they currently lead by 40. Yes, 40. 4-0. Decent punt return, too, to be honest with you. Rutgers leads Temple at home. Anybody want to guess this score if you don't know without looking it up? The Scarlet Knights, I'm just going to tell you anyway. They lead Temple 54-14. I feel like if, like I said earlier, they were in a smaller conference with Shiano getting them back on track, or even say in the Big Ten West, because really in the West you have Wisconsin and Iowa, and then Northwestern, and I mean really it's going to be Illinois as that fourth team, I think, with Bielema back. Because, like I said, I feel Shiano and Bielema are going to both get Rutgers and Illinois and going in the right direction. Just give them some time. That's the thing. Shiano's won at Rutgers before. I don't care if they're in the Big Ten or not when he was there. And then Bielema was won in the Big Ten before, when, of course, when he was at Wisconsin, and then he went to Arkansas. And I thought they fired him a little too soon, and then he takes the assistant coaching route in the NFL before coming back to college as the head coach at Illinois, picking up the win against Nebraska last week. Nebraska going to beat Fordham today, and then Illinois hosts the University of Texas San Antonio later on tonight. But, of course, geographically, Rutgers in the Big Ten West doesn't make any sense because they're as far east as you can get in New Jersey in the country, let alone the Big Ten. So, they'll win. This is Rutgers, along with Illinois. Because, both last year, more so Rutgers than not, won, a few games that nobody really gave them a shot in. But that's just how it's been for both those programs for, good God, 10 years at least. I'm going to go out on a limb right now. And this, you can say bias a little bit just with how I feel things are going to go, but that, and then, with how the teams have played so far. And especially for Rutgers and Illinois. As Wisconsin punts, fair catch signal forward by Penn State at the 32-yard line by John Dodson. 5, 6, 7 wins is going to be good for both of them if they can get there. I'd say Illinois becomes bowl eligible, just not this year. 6 games in, they're undefeated, or whatever the case may be. You get there when you get there if you become bowl eligible. I'm going to say Illinois becomes bowl eligible before Rutgers does. So they both might not go to a bowl game this year. Illinois, I think, will compared to Rutgers. Maybe they both do. Maybe Illinois does or doesn't, and vice versa with Rutgers, or I don't know. It's still early on. Still a lot of football left to be played. I feel it's going to be Wisconsin and Iowa in the West, and Ohio State and Penn State in the East. That's really the winner of this game. Penn State and Wisconsin. And then you also have Iowa. Of course, Northwestern lost last night. But there's really no one else to potentially contend with Ohio State. 2nd and 5. Clifford going to go deep down the far sideline. Has a man wide open once again. Jahan Dotson. First down, then he lines to the 20-yard line. Under 10 minutes to play. Dotson has to have close to 100 yards receiving at this point, because he's been Clifford's go-to receiver, and Clifford just passed the 200-yard mark. Pass over the middle, caught at the 5, and then dropped by Brenton Strange. And if it came down to that, yeah, first and goal at the 5, probably punch it in a play or two later and retake the lead. Hit him right in the hands, and of course he was falling backwards when he was trying to come down with it and ended up dropping it. But hey, slow it down a little bit here. It's second down. You don't need to, foot on the pedal the whole entire game. But you get a lead, especially in a big game like this. Well, yeah, full steam ahead in that regard. But get this run game going, please. Fake the give. Clifford once again looking to throw. Dump it off. Okay. Pass complete to Noah Kane. He breaks the tackle. Near sideline. First down inside the 10. Scoots out of bounds to the 5-yard line. See where they spot him at. It'll be first down for Penn State. First and goal officially. First and goal at the 5 for Penn State. And Wisconsin jumps off sides. He's got a free play. And then incomplete to Brenton Strange, back corner of the end zone. So that'll be half the distance. Be first and goal at the 2.5-yard line for the Lions. 9:23 to play. We're tied up at 10. Just now tuning in. And thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Penn State, Wisconsin. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. share, keep those chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers coming in. Offside, Wisconsin at the distance, replay first down.
Good series. Really good series from this Penn State offense. They've made quality adjustments against Jim Leonard's defense, right? And they've gotten away from running at the strength of the Wisconsin defense, gotten them on offense, and used their athletes.
Come on, boys. Punch it in. Penn State with 2 tight ends. Dotson the lone receiver. Clifford going to hand off. Noah Kane, lower his shoulder, get in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. Penn State retakes the lead 16-10 by a rushing touchdown from Noah Kane with 9:17 to play. And just think, they still had that missed field goal. It's 19-10, maybe 20-10 right now. And you got a double-digit lead rather than 6-7, hopefully, with this extra point coming up. That's a touchdown. Oh, come on. You're seriously going to review a clear touchdown? The ball was, so to speak, across the goal line in the end zone. That's a touchdown. Was his knee down? No. Keep lowering your shoulder. Knees down right there, but the ball's already across the plane in the end zone. That's a touchdown. And don't get me started with how Penn State's opener finished last year on the road at Indiana. Because that wasn't a touchdown, but this is. I don't know how you can say that's not a touchdown. I get they just want to look at it to make sure, especially with the game on the line like this. But still. Fact of the matter is, when it's a clear-cut touchdown and everybody knows it is, you don't need to review it. Call stands, touchdown Penn State. 16-10. Nittany Lions with 9:17 to play. Extra point to come. Extra point, up and it doinks off, and it's no good. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. You can't run the football. You miss a field goal. You miss a fucking extra point. $16-10 because they can't kick a football. Come on.
They just sell candles and they're making overhead. You know what kind of fish those are? Don't be coy. Koi fish.
It can be overwhelming.
Think a second. Have we seen this shirt?
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle all one item with us.
But you know what? I'm still gonna get it.
When it's game time, everyone's got a favorite number.
Still to come in college football
You go.
today,
You get free
along with
on Saturdays.
the rest of this weekend as well.
Jersey Mike's app.
Texas Tech and Houston.
Jersey Mike.
A
Up above.
insight on a future Big 12 matchup with Houston, BYU, who makes sense. But then Cincinnati, Central Florida definitely doesn't, but Cincinnati does to an extent with West Virginia right there. Those 4 teams looking to join the Big 12 with conference realignment once again about to heat up. But Texas Tech, Houston, they play tonight. We'll get more into, the ACC, Big 10, Pac-12 alliance and conference realignment at a later date. So keep an eye out for a video on that in the near future. But once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Penn State, Wisconsin, here this afternoon. Hopefully Penn State can hold on. Missing a field goal, now missing an extra point. Still can't run the football. Can, but they can't. It's getting there, but slow and steady. 16-10, Nittany Lions on top of the Badgers here, under 10 to play. But also tonight in college football, Florida Atlantic and Florida, as mentioned, the University of Texas San Antonio and Illinois. William & Mary plays at Virginia. Kent State at Texas A&M. LSU, UCLA. BYU, Arizona. And then Utah State, Washington State, along with New Mexico State, San Diego State. But the big one tonight in college football, top 5 showdown from Charlotte, North Carolina, home of the Carolina Panthers. It's the 5th-ranked Georgia Bulldogs and the 3rd-ranked Clemson Tigers, and an SEC-ACC showdown on ABC. Also, though, still to come this weekend. Tomorrow night, Sunday, September the 5th. Hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow night as well for live watch-along reactions of this very game with Notre Dame and Florida State alongside our main attraction of All Elite Wrestling, AEW All Out tomorrow night we'll be watching side-by-side Notre Dame, Florida State as well on the TV right in front of me with All Out actually on, now that I think about it, we'll be watching Notre Dame, Florida State up on that TV. I know there's a NASCAR race tomorrow as well, so that'll probably be on that TV. And then, yeah, we'll be watching All Out on a different device. Also this weekend, Bishop Sycamore plays the Helen Keller School of Deaf and Blind. And from what happened last week, they're going to get their ass kicked again this week. But then also on Monday night, Labor Day, Louisville will play Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin due to him testing positive for COVID-19 earlier this morning. Final stats and scores from this game, along with a few final scores once this game, of course, wraps up as well momentarily, along with a preview to next week. So stay tuned, and thank you once more for tuning in and watching. 2nd and 8 for Wisconsin from the 27, and Ches Malusi on the screen pass. It's going to be complete. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for the Wisconsin offense. 8.5 to play. I swear to God, if that field goal and missed extra point come back and bites Penn State in the ass, along with not being able to run the football, as good as this defense has played all damn day long. Man, I tell you, end around, and it's going to go for Wisconsin, 1st down to the 43-yard line. 1st down. Especially with Wisconsin being able to run the football all day. And then these very long drives, now would be another good time for one of those for them. But then that sucks for Penn State because even with 3 timeouts, both teams have 3 timeouts remaining here, 7.5 to play. You know, Penn State might not have a whole lot of time, say, if Wisconsin does score. And then that missed field goal, missed extra point when that would have won you the game. You know, it's not going to help any because you're not going to have any time left potentially. And you can't do anything hardly on offense as it is, and you're up shit creek without a paddle. From the 46, Mert's going to hand off. 2 yards on the run for Wisconsin. 2nd and 8. Mertz looking to throw, dumps it off on the screen near side. Tariq Castro Fields and Brandon Smith on the tackle. Be 3rd down. 3rd down and 6 officially, with Rey Mysterio 6:19 to play in this 4th and final quarter. Of course, unless we go to overtime, which right now I don't see that happening. Now, if Penn State would have made that extra point and Wisconsin scores here and ties it up at 17, then maybe. But, well, hell, maybe Wisconsin scores and they miss the extra point too, and then we're tied up at 16, then we go to overtime that way. I don't know. Mertz looking to throw. That's a hold. Come on, throw the penalty. And then, ooh, big hit. Big hit. He's not going to get the 1st down. Is it Ellis Brooks who had the stop on Graham Mertz? I believe so. Yep. And watch, they'll review that for targeting probably and throw him out of the damn game. Then he'll be out the 1st half. Next week, plus it'll be 15 yards and an automatic 1st down for Wisconsin. It's 4th down and 2. Wisconsin's going to go for it. There's no penalty flag. They wanted a flag thrown on that. They're not going to get it. They even wanted a late hit out of bounds, but they're not going to get that either. Timeout, Wisconsin. Wisconsin's going to take a timeout. See if they want to take a look at this for potential targeting, because they can. Yeah, and it was a little helmet to helmet, which, come on. No, yeah, exactly. They're not going to review it, though, I don't think. They'd already be looking at it if they were. There's that, and then, you know, he's like right there on the sideline, and then they're still trying to tackle him and bring him down. Wisconsin's going to go for it here on 4th and 2. Now they're going to review it after all this time. You got to be kidding me. Well, if he gets thrown out, he's going to miss the 1st half next week. Give Wisconsin a free 1st down here with a 4th and 2 to come. But Penn State linebacker, they have depth. Ellis Brooks will get pulled for potential targeting here. They'll still have Brandon Smith. They'll still have Curtis Jacobs along with Jesse Luketa. But then there's Kobe King, true freshman, twin brother of Kalen, who's gotten some playing time today. It's like, if you're going to review it, you need to review it right off the bat. Not 10 minutes after it happened. It's close. I mean, they didn't throw the penalty flag for targeting on the field. To me, it's a little bit more shoulder to shoulder than it is helmet to helmet, even though it does look like helmets touched. But the quarterback was running. He's a runner. He's going to get tackled. And as a defender, there's only one way to tackle. I don't care if they're teaching it different now. There's only one way to tackle. After review, what do we got? This is close. Targeting. Ellis Brooks has been thrown out. He's going to miss the rest of this game, plus first half next week against Ball State. I don't agree with that. I don't think any Penn Stater does. But now it's 15 yards automatic first down as well, too, ain't it? Or still 4th and 2. If it's still 4th and 2, okay. I don't think so. Yeah, it's 1st down and 10. Rutgers wins. They beat Temple. They put up 60 in the process. The missed field goal and the missed extra point are going to come back and haunt Penn State here, along with not being able to run the football. And just like Joe Willie Namath said, I guarantee it. Because all Wisconsin's going to do here with 5.5 to play, run the football, and then maybe a play action touchdown to Ferguson, and Camp Randall's going to go nuts. And then Penn State's going to have 3 timeouts. Field goal would win it, but not a lot of time to be able to drive when they can't drive to begin with to score and win. 1st and 10 after the targeting from the 23 for the Badgers. Out of the eye. Mertz going to hand off. And about 2, maybe 3 yards on the run. Penn State's almost picked off Mertz twice, so maybe 3rd time to charm here if they throw. They run again, right up the gut. 7 on 8. It'll be close. It'll be 3rd and short, it looks like. 3rd and 1. Now another injured player. Okay, Lucado's taken over for Ellis Brooks, so they stay with just Lucado. Brandon Smith, and then Curtis Jacobs, number 23. Wisconsin injured offensive lineman now. So wherever the hell he's playing at. Tackle guard center, well, bring some pressure in that spot to the backup and get after Graham Mertz here on 3rd and 1. Make the stop in the backfield, tackle for loss potentially, because they're going to run it. Wisconsin has 2 timeouts. They called one, of course, to get that targeting looked at. Quarterback sneak, and Mertz is going to get it. 1st down, Wisconsin, with 4 minutes and I don't know why the clock's not running. I'm happy with it being stopped though right now. 4 minutes and 16 seconds. I get, okay, 1st down. Now it's starting to roll. They actually gave Wisconsin their timeout back as well. So both teams still have all 3 timeouts. Indiana, Iowa about to kick off. 1st and 10. And 3-yard run before Jesse Lucado makes a stop. Second and 7 here for the Badgers. And Penn State brings a DB blitz, and it's overthrown, incomplete. Third down and 7 with Pye. 3:14 to play. Go on D. And stop. 3rd and 7 from the 9. Graham Mertz looking to throw over the middle. It's caught. And it'll be 1st and goal at the 1. Danny Davis III with a nice snag there. First and goal. Nice slant pass from Mertz. Right on the money. Good pass. Good catch. Iowa about to take the field as they're back in black. And Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. We got a fumble on the play, and Wisconsin barely recovers. A little miscommunication with Mertz and the running back, and then Penn State had it, Wisconsin had it. They both grab it at the same time. Wisconsin comes down with it though. That would have done it. Even with Wisconsin's 3 timeouts. I mean, Penn State would have had to gone first down or 2, but that, for the most part, would have done it. Second and goal. Second and goal for Wisconsin. Penn State calls a timeout with 2:38 to play. You could let them score, but then what if you don't do anything on offense? Because they haven't been able to do shit on offense all day for the most part. And then you're screwed because you're down because you missed a field goal and you missed an extra point. Second and goal for Wisconsin from the 7-yard line now following that fumble. But they recovered. Trips near side. Mertz going to hand off. Stuffed to the line of scrimmage. Third and goal. Actually going to say lost a yard. Third and goal from the 8 now. And Penn State calls another timeout with 2:32 to play. So they're saving themselves some time with either one or no timeouts here after this next play of third and goal. Penn State leads by 6, 16-10. Third and goal for Wisconsin. I thought when you get ejected, you have to go in the locker room. He's still on the damn sideline. Unless they change that part of the rule, I don't know. Empty set 5 wide. Mertz looking to throw. And it's going to be batted down, incomplete. And Joey Porter Jr. with the deflection, incomplete. Fourth and goal, Wisconsin's got to go for it. I mean, technically they don't. They can kick a field goal here. 2:26 to play. They still got 3 timeouts, but are you going to get the ball back? Fourth and goal, Wisconsin's going for it. Timeout Penn State. Timeout Wisconsin. Timeout Wisconsin. In the meantime, with Indiana, Iowa about to begin, and I doubt we'll still be on by the time the end of the first quarter wraps up in Iowa City, we're going to wave to the Iowa Children's Hospital, as we always do when Penn State plays Iowa. Penn State going to be playing Iowa at Iowa about a month from now, mid-October, on October the 9th. So that's the next time Penn State will actually be on the road as over the next 4 weeks. Penn State has 4 straight home games with Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, and Indiana. Road schedule for Penn State this year, a little tough, of course, yes, at Wisconsin, at Iowa, at Ohio State as well. And then Michigan State keeps it up the way they played last night. They got to go to Michigan State at the end of the year as well. So we'll get there when we get there, but right now it's a 4th and goal for Wisconsin. 2:26 to play. They need a touchdown to take the lead. They trail Penn State 16-10, following a timeout of their own. 4th and goal from the 8. Who's going to step up on the Penn State defense? Mertz. It's going to be picked off by Jaquan Brisker, who's been down and out 3 times. Interception return out past the 40-yard line. And Penn State's getting the football back. Hell yeah, as mentioned, almost picked them off twice. 3rd time's a charm. They have a fumble recovery, a blocked field goal, even with a missed field goal and a missed extra point of their own. Penn State's defense stands tall. They have held down the fort the whole entire game, kept Penn State in this ball game until the offense got rolling here in the second half. And Wisconsin's only going to be able to stop the clock, to potentially get the ball back twice with their 2 timeouts with 2:16 to play. But now Penn State, even with a 6-point, 16-10 lead, you have to be able to run the football right now. Have to be able to run the football. And no stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers either. Brisker has been injured 3 separate times in this game. Once in the first quarter, once in the second quarter, once in the third quarter, and then the fourth quarter he picks off Graham Mertz and returns it about 35 yards to give Penn State some good starting field position for this upcoming and potential final drive of the game, even with a 6-point lead that honestly should seal the deal for the Nittany Lions to get a road win at Wisconsin to begin the season. Game's not over though just yet. They still got 2 timeouts, and Penn State still can't run the football, but they have to be able to run the football right now. If not, hopefully Wisconsin doesn't touch this football again, and this should do it, but you just never know. And Jair Brown's now down injured for the Penn State defense in the end zone. So this Penn State defense, a blocked field goal, a fumble recovery, almost had a couple more, and then almost picked off Mertz 3 total times, and on the 3rd time, it was a charm, and they pick him off for sure this time and return it a good distance. Now, if they would have returned that for a touchdown, game over. But Penn State's still got some work to do here on offense with 2:16 to play. I mean, what a game. What a game. Defensive showdown in this first half. And then here in this second half, the offense is sort of starting to pick up. But we're tied 0 apiece at halftime. And now total 26 points. If you took the under, congrats. But total 26 points here in this second half, and we'll see what Penn State does here from the 43. Hand off Noah King. Wisconsin going to call their second timeout. They'll have 1 remaining. It'll be 2nd and 11 for Penn State with 2:11 to play. Excuse me. Indiana, Iowa, about to kick off. We're also going to turn on West Virginia, Maryland here momentarily as well. But we got the finish of Penn State, Wisconsin here first. And even Alabama, Miami is now underway as well. 3:30 on ABC from Atlanta. 2nd and 11, Penn State's going to throw. Why are you throwing? Okay, it was caught. I was going to say incomplete pass is going to stop the clock. And you stay in bounds. Okay, good. Wisconsin calls their 3rd and final timeout with 2:04 to play. And it's 3rd and 10. So Penn State can't even take 10 seconds off the clock without potentially now going to give the ball back to Wisconsin even after the interception. Come on. You run the football here. You run the football. But maybe at the same time you take a deep shot. because you take a deep shot, you're just going to be punting. And say if you throw an interception, but maybe that deep shot connects, and then you're walking in the end zone and sealing the deal. You got to get 10 yards. It's 3rd and 10. And they're going to go empty, 5 wide, with 2:04 to play. And now Noah Kane motions back into the backfield to the right of Clifford. Strange in motion as well. Handoff Noah Kane right up the gut. Okay, now Penn State with a 1 timeout. It'll be 4th and 6. You drain this clock. You drain this clock to about 1:20. Call your 3rd and final timeout. Maybe even take a delay of game. And then you punt. You pin them deep. They drive and beat you that way by a point because you couldn't kick a field goal or an extra point, and then so be it. But you don't give them half the field. You pin them deep, you make them drive on you. And especially the way this Penn State's defense has played all damn day, they shouldn't be able to continue, even though they have, drive and beat you. Delay a game, they're going to save the 3rd and final timeout. Minute 18 to play. Penn State will be 4th and 11, and they can't even close it out following interception. Penn State's going to punt. So Penn State, Wisconsin, Indiana, Iowa. We're going to put on Alabama and Miami, the U, as well, as that game, as mentioned, just got underway. Jordan Stout on to punt for the blue and white. No bad punt. Sky this. Boom it. But pin him deep. Fair catch signal for him. Don't run into him either. It's going to be fielded inside the 20 at the 18. Alabama and Miami just underway. Alabama 3rd down and 7. Tied at 0 with Bryce Young in at quarterback replacing Mac Jones, who of course replaced Tua Tagovailoa, who replaced Jalen Hurts, who are all now starting quarterbacks in the NFL. 1st and 10, Wisconsin from the 18-yard line. Mertz looking to throw. It's going to be caught at the 31, out of bounds, Danny Davis. Minute 7. Wisconsin, no timeouts. They need a touchdown to win it. Come on, D. Don't give up now. You played extremely well all day. Don't break when the game's on the line. 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Mertz once again looking to throw. Same play. And they're going to run it until they stop it. Danny Davis, a simple out route for 11 yards to the far side, another 1st down for Wisconsin. And they're already near midfield with 1:03 to play. Now we got a flag on the play. Flag is personal foul, hands to the face, all on the defense. What the hell? Come on. You seriously going to throw this game? Not the officials, but the Penn State defense. That's questionable. I'll live with it. Alabama, Miami, Indiana, Iowa. Hawkeyes 7-0 already, and Wisconsin driving down by 6. Yeah, they're at the 40-yard line now. 1st and 10. They have no timeouts, but they're using the sideline as their advantage because it's their friend in this situation. Tackle him inbounds. Clock's going to roll. Clock's going to roll. Jair Brown on the stop. Under a minute to play. 2nd and 2 for the Badgers. What does Wisconsin do here on offense? You spike it. Run a play here. 45 seconds and counting. Mertz once again looking to throw. Penn State bringing some pressure. It's going to be caught once again, but Jair Brown brings them down at the 25-yard line. Clock's going to stop for a 1st down, but then it's going to roll. So Wisconsin's got to get up there and snap it real quick. Jake Ferguson on the reception at the 25-yard line. Clock's rolling. 33 seconds and counting. 1st down, Wisconsin. Penn State's still got a timeout if they want to stop the clock here, which I don't know why you would. Mertz Incomplete, deep down the middle. It'll be second down and 10. I'd start playing back a little bit. Don't give him the end zone. Just make sure you tackle him before the fucking goal line. From the 25, Mert's going to go down on the sack. He gets rid of it and throws out. That's intentional grounding again. But he didn't take a sack. He knows better than that. Third down and 10. But did they roll him down on a sack, though, before he got rid of it? They're huddling up. If so, there's going to be a 10-second runoff because it's under a minute to play and they have no timeouts to stop the clock. What are you going to call, Zebras? Game on the line. Penalty flag, intentional grounding again, yes. Intentional grounding. There's nobody there. He threw it just out of bounds. He didn't even get it back to the line of scrimmage. Lost the down. Then there's a 10-second runoff because we're under a minute to play and they have no timeout. So there's 10 seconds left now instead of 20. And it's going to start on the ready to play. So Wisconsin's got to get up there. Third and 17 from the 32 with 10 seconds to play. Unless they can get out of bounds, this is probably the final play of the ball game. Mert's going to go deep down the middle, and it's picked off at the 7-yard line by Penn State. Go down. Game's over. Game's over. Penn State wins. 16-10, your final score. The Nittany Lions go on the road and defeat the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers to kick off the year. What a game. What a game. And Mertz throws his second interception of the game. Should have been 4, plus the couple fumbles, the one they had, blocked field goal. Penn State lucks out with not having a run game. I mean, they sort of do, but they don't. It came on a little better in the second half, of course. But then even with the blocked, or Penn State blocked the Wisconsin field goal. Penn State also missed a field goal of their own and an extra point. And Penn State 16, Wisconsin 10, your final score. Even with all that, Penn State, their defense kept them in this game, and they found a way to win late. Yeah. So who intercepted the last pass? That's what I want to know. Because it was Brisker earlier. And I think it was him again because he's about ready to get interviewed. James Franklin with Jenny Taft. Post-game interview. 95 plays by Wisconsin. That is absurd. Penn State's defense was on the field 95% of the game. And it was a gutsy win. Found a way to win on the road in the Big Ten. And Penn State, for the first time since 1994, picks up their first true road win on the road to begin the season. Knew that coming in. Of course, they just show the graphic. And that's excluding neutral site games. A true road game. Penn State hadn't won a true road game to begin the season since 1994 at Minnesota. Nittany Nation knows very well what happened that year and what should have been crowned at the end of the year as well. And now, Penn State, for the first time in almost 30 years, is trying to repeat history. What a game. Penn State going to go down to the Penn State section with Penn State fans that made the trip. Penn State with a 16-10 win at Wisconsin. pulling it out. And now, honestly, Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, Indiana. Indiana just threw a pick 6, and Iowa leads 14-0. Then Penn State goes to Iowa City before a bye, and then Illinois at home, and then at Ohio State. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I've been saying this all off season and summer long, that if Penn State, and I didn't say it today yet, but I'm saying it now, so listen up. If Penn State would be able to go on the road and defeat Wisconsin, which they just did, if you're just now tuning in, the Nittany Lions beat the Badgers 16-10 to kick off the season, that Penn State arguably very well could be undefeated going in to their Halloween weekend showdown on the road at Ohio State. But before then, they also have to go to Iowa, which is also going to be a tough place to play. Just as tough as it was today at Wisconsin. But that's the next time Penn State goes on the road. Not going to be for a month. They got 4 straight home games next 4 weeks. Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, Indiana, before at Iowa, and then a bye week. So the bye week's middle of the season, October the 16th. And then it's Illinois at home, and then at Ohio State, and then we're in November. So as long as they can get to November with, for the most part, a decent record, playing good football, well, Alabama scores in the meantime 7-0 tied over the Canes, then it's wide open. Should be, at least, you would think. So, I mean, what a game. What a game. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. If you watched earlier, came back, currently watching, whatever the case may be, thank you. Always great to appreciate. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow night as well for AEW All Out with some college football with Notre Dame and Florida State. But, I mean, this game was a whirlwind, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody was really expecting, as good as both of these defenses are, or can be, and with as good as Penn State's offense could be as well, and then we know what Wisconsin did last year, along with their running game year after year. Nobody, I don't really thought, expected a defensive showdown tied at 0 at the half. But that's what it was. Penn State, by any means whatsoever, could not get a running game going. They couldn't get anything going on offense, for that matter. Okay? It was a few yards here, a few yards there, 3 and out, they're punting. And when they had the ball on offense, they had less than a minute every single time until the third quarter rolled around. And then still, for the most part, a little the same, hurry up, but it wasn't as bad. And they found some rhythm, okay? And we'll get to the second half in a minute. But now, as we head to Austin, Texas, it'll be Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns, taking on the Texas Longhorns, as that game will be coming up next on Fox. So we'll keep this on for the time being, because we also have, as mentioned, Indiana and Iowa on right now, along with Alabama and the U. We're also going to turn on a few other college football games this afternoon. I believe really the only other game I want on right now at 3:30, because it's the only other game on, would be West Virginia and Maryland. And I'll turn that on once this live stream ends. And we'll have a recap of everything, as always, from previous weeks the following week. And we're going to preview next week momentarily as well. So stay tuned. We'll have final stats and scores as well. But, yeah, Penn State on offense, they had no run game. And then the passing game was non-existent until Clifford found Dawson for 6 early third quarter. And then Penn State's defense, from start to finish, they were able to hold it down, keep the whole entire team, especially the offense, in this ball game. They blocked a field goal. They recovered a fumble. Should have had another fumble. Should have had 2 more interceptions to the 2 that Mertz did in fact throw. So turnovers kill you. 2 interceptions, a fumble, and a blocked field goal for Wisconsin against them. And they lose by 6, even with Penn State also missing a field goal and an extra point that could have had them a 10-point win rather than a 6-point win. But in the end, a win's a win, and that's all anybody ever remembers anyway. So that's all that matters, okay? A win's a win. Doesn't matter how nice or ugly it was. A win's a win. You're 1-0 or 0-1 in the win column now. And Penn State's the first, Wisconsin the latter. But now we got some post-game coverage with the Big Noon kickoff crew. Rob Stone, Brady Quinn, Reggie Bush, Matt Weiner, and Bob Stoops, who's replacing Urban Meyer, who's of course now in the NFL. The Jacksonville Jaguars as the NFL begins next Thursday with the Cowboys and Buccaneers. And then we'll have a full slate for week 1 next Sunday. Be sure to tune back in for more live watch-along interactions of college football and the NFL, along with professional wrestling, live right here on the YouTube channel. Be sure to hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well if you haven't done so already. And thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Final stats and scores to come. But Iowa 14-0 at home against Indiana. That's another top 20 matchup in the Big Ten here this afternoon. And Alabama with the ball back on offense, still leading by 7-0 midway through the opening quarter. But the big one tonight is North and Charlotte, and it's Georgia and Clemson. Georgia has not lost a home or a season opener in that regard, a neutral site of course, since 2014. And the last time they lost a home or away, just season opener in general, well, it was yeah, you guessed it, Clemson. And they play Clemson at a neutral site in Charlotte this evening. So that's the big one tonight. We'll have some final stats and scores from this game, of course. We'll see final scores from other games that were going on earlier as well, so stay tuned. But, yeah, Penn State, they found a way to win late. And like I said, it doesn't matter how it got done. The game's done and over with. There's 000 on the clock. Final score, Penn State 16, Wisconsin 10. And now we got a battle of 2 1-0 teams with Penn State out of the Big Ten and Ball State out of the MAC next Saturday. And then we got Eastern Michigan, who defeated St. Francis University from right here in Pennsylvania. They'll travel to Camp Randall to take on the now 0-1 Wisconsin Badgers next weekend as well on 9/11, as we will never forget the 9/11 attacks 20 years ago. So be sure to tune back in for more live watch-along reactions then as well for Penn State Ball State next Saturday, live right here on YouTube. That is a 3:30 p.m. Eastern kick. So around this time, we'll be live right here on YouTube for that game from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. But today, Penn State with a 16-10 win on the road once again at Wisconsin. And, you know, like I said, the defense kept them in the game from start to finish. The offense finally got rolling in the third quarter. They started taking some deep shots. And then they were sort of able to run the football. I mean, Penn State took a 7-0 lead. Well, then Wisconsin stormed right back. And we're back to square one, just right where we were. Tied again, except this time it was 7 apiece. And then Penn State missed their field goal. Wisconsin made their field goal. So, okay, thinking then, might come back and hurt them. Wisconsin leads 10-7. Penn State then does convert on a field goal. They tied at 10. So Wisconsin did have a lead, but Penn State, for the most part, had more of a lead from start to finish, if that makes any sense, in today's ball game. And then, where were we? 10-10. It was Penn State scoring again. However, they missed an extra point, which, okay, thinking at that point too, there's a total, another 4 points. It could be 20-10. That if they would have had those, might come back and hurt them, especially the way Wisconsin was able to run the football today and able to drive on the Penn State defense, even though the Penn State defense, when needed, held down the fort. They stood tall, and they bended. Both defenses did, no doubt about it. But Penn State's defense did not break an inch. They did not break whatsoever, and Penn State, in the end, picked up the win at Wisconsin to kick off the 2021 season by a final score of 16-10. Still 7-0 Alabama against Miami. Iowa with football back on offense, leading 14-0 still, and then we'll have Louisiana and Texas about to kick off momentarily. They are saying that Penn State's win at Wisconsin is an upset? Really? I wouldn't say this is an upset by any means. I mean, both teams are ranked in the top 20. I mean, I guess you could say it was an upset by ranking because Penn State was 19th and Wisconsin was 12th. Yeah, no doubt Wisconsin's going to drop and Penn State's going to be ranked above them come, it'll be Tuesday. It's normally tomorrow or Monday, depending on when the games are. But there's, of course, a game tomorrow and on Monday night, Labor Day as well. But it's all going to depend on what else happens this weekend in college football. I mean, hell, we had an upset, a clear-cut upset last night with Virginia Tech, an unranked Vaught Tech, defeating at home the 10th-ranked North Carolina Tar Heels. So they're going to drop. Hell, they might even drop out of the top 25 for all we know. But Penn State's going to rise. Wisconsin's going to drop, of course, just head-to-head. And it's a crossover win in conference for the Nittany Lions as well, I might add. Which, of course, the head-to-head might come into play at some point in time down the line. It might not, though. Just depends on how the season plays out. And that's the other thing, too. All these rankings early on, it really doesn't matter. Just go out and win, and the rest will take care of itself. It's still so early on. It's the first game of the season, for God's sakes. Alabama was a field goal attempt here, and that kick's going to be up and good. So the Tide lead 10-0 now against the Canes. There's Nick Saban, who I figured out very well if he would keep coaching the next, say, 15 years or so. Very well could catch Joe Paterno in the all-time wins category on the all-time wins list if, of course, Alabama would win, which they probably will, as long as he's still there at least, an average of 10-plus wins per season. So, of course, Joe Pa's at 409. It's been 10 years since everything happened in 2011. But here we are today, 10 years later in 2021, and to begin the season, Penn State goes on the road at Wisconsin and wins 16-10. And Wisconsin, once again, still hasn't defeated Penn State since, well, you guessed it, 2011. As in 2012 and 2013, Penn State won both matchups. Penn State also won in the 2016 Big Ten Championship game and in 2018 right here in Happy Valley. They won't meet again until 2024 at Wisconsin again because of scheduling. But schedules, of course, could change from now until then as well. But just as Penn State has won 5 in a row against the Wisconsin Badgers, Penn State has also now won 5 in a row dating back to last season with Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State, Illinois, and now Wisconsin to begin the season. So they're at 500 with how they started at last year at 0-5. They've won 5 in a row. They host Ball State next Saturday at 3:30, and hopefully they'll tune in for live watch-along reactions, then live right here on YouTube. But now some final stats and scores for Penn State and Wisconsin. But before we do, some current scores. Oregon leads Fresno State early third quarter, 21-13. Rice on the road is leading the Arkansas Razorbacks 17-7. As there's still some time to play in that game though too, so the Hogs could potentially come back. Air Force leads Lafayette 28-14. As mentioned, Alabama 10-0 over the Canes. Cincinnati which, in my eyes, Cincinnati would be, along with West Virginia, and I still don't get West Virginia to the Big 12, dating back to old conference realignment, but that's about to pick up again. Both teams would fit in the Big 10. Both teams would really fit in the ACC if needed. But, there's rumors Cincinnati, along with Central Florida, Houston, and BYU, and Boise State would fit in the Big 12, too, to be honest with you. I don't know why they haven't joined the Pac-12 or the Big 12 for that matter. And then even if North Dakota State would have jumped to the D1 level, well, there's them, too. But Cincinnati, they lead Miami, Ohio right now 14-0, but they make sense, for the Big 10. If the Big 10 were, of course, looking at Iowa State as well. But it seems to me the Big 12 is going to be staying put with everybody they have. They're just going to be adding teams again. And then even if, say, Missouri and Colorado were still in the conference, the Big 12 would, and even Texas A&M for that matter, would be fine, as they sit. And then, of course, you got Oklahoma and Texas potentially going to the SEC. But then if the Big 12 wants to come up into Big 10 country, well, you're grabbing, well, you already have West Virginia. You're potentially grabbing Cincinnati, and you're going to go the whole way out to Utah with BYU. I don't know why not Boise State, as mentioned. But then Houston makes sense, of course. But then Central Florida, of course, you want to stretch to Florida, okay. But then there's nobody in between because everybody's in the Sun Belt or the Conference USA or the SEC. And you're losing Texas and Oklahoma. So really, how, even with quantity over quantity, does it add up and replace Texas and Oklahoma? Probably not, but we'll see. I don't know. But you have West Virginia and Cincinnati, okay, in West Virginia and Ohio. Well, then what? You're going to nab Notre Dame out of Indiana? If so, which that won't happen by any means. Okay, there's that. But then you need an Indiana team, you need an Illinois team. You're already in Iowa with Iowa State, and then you come down the Midwest, with everybody already in the conference, and then you go out west a little bit more too. And that's the thing. Okay, conference realignment with the ACC, the Big 10, the SEC, the Big 12, and the Pac-12. But then there's this alliance potentially that I still have no idea what the hell it entails. Basically just the scheduling, but they still haven't, really said a whole lot about it. But the ACC, the Big 10, and the Pac-12 potentially, playing each other at some point down the line in football and men's and women's basketball. But I'll digress in that regard for now, because as mentioned earlier, keep an eye out for an upcoming video right here on the channel at some point in time in the near future on college football realignment and expansion once again, potentially with this alliance as well. So we'll get there, of course, when we get there, as I like to say. But today, once again, Penn State with a 16-10 win on the road at Wisconsin. But yeah, some updated current scores. Cincinnati, as mentioned, at home leading Miami, Ohio 14-0. Iowa 14-0 at home as well against the Indiana Hoosiers. 14-0 Marshall at Navy. Maryland, they lead the Mountaineers of West Virginia 10-7. Louisiana Tech and Mississippi State just got underway. They're tied at 0. Central Michigan and Mizzou also tied up as well, early first quarter at 7 apiece. And then UMass is back with the ball in their possession. They are tied, as they just started, at Pitt at 0 as well. Some other final scores from earlier with Penn State defeating Wisconsin 16-10, as mentioned. Oklahoma held on and defeated Tulane. The Green Wave almost came back and won. Oklahoma with a 5-point win in a road game at their home stadium, as Tulane played a home game on the road because of Hurricane Ida. The Sooners win by 5, 40-35 over Tulane. Kentucky 45-10 over Louisiana Monroe. Michigan a 47-14 win at home in the Big House against Western Michigan. Rutgers put up 61 at home against Temple in that game that was rescheduled from Thursday night because of flooding from Hurricane Ida as well. Holy Cross, they defeated UConn by 10, 38-28. UConn's like the new Kansas. I mean, they're about in the same boat. I mean, UConn did drop back down, but yeah, they're just as bad. It's just pathetic in the football world. Absolute disgrace. I mean, both schools for the most part. Kansas is good at basketball. UConn's, still there too. But football-wise, I mean, shit. just know. Kansas State surprisingly 24-7 neutral site win in Dallas against Stanford. And then Army defeated Georgia State 43-10, and Nebraska 52-7 at home against Fordham. So Scott Frost, at least for another week, holds on to his job. Some games about to begin. Okay, Louisiana and Texas, that kick is at 4:30 right here on Fox. We still have that game on, along with Indiana kicking a field goal now. They now trail only by 11, 14-3 on the road at Iowa. And then Alabama 10-zip against Miami as they're in Atlanta at the Atlanta Falcons Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And then, as mentioned, some other big games, still to come later on tonight. San Jose State, USC, Akron, Auburn. I'm sure I'll tune into that just because, of course, Auburn's playing Penn State in 2 weeks' time. Saturday Night Football on ABC. We'll see what Oregon State and Purdue do, along with Texas Tech and Houston. Georgia and Clemson's the game of the week. That's today's question of the day on social media as well, so be sure to go vote on that poll on Facebook and Twitter. Links in the description below for social media. Like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Florida Atlantic and Florida. See if Illinois can get to 2-0 in the Big Ten following their Week 0 technical win at home against Nebraska by 8, 30-22. And now Week 2 for them, basically, technically, if you will. Get all technical. But Week 1, another home game, Illinois, the Fighting Illini with Brett Bielema, former Wisconsin coach, and Arkansas. And Wisconsin lost. The Hogs are losing, and Illinois won last week. And they'll definitely, you would think, win again tonight against the University of Texas San Antonio. Kent State and A&M, William & Mary, Virginia. LSU, UCLA is going to be a good one. BYU, Arizona in the Pac-12 Mountain West Independent, BYU after dark, if you will. And then tomorrow, with some live watch-along reactions of AEW All Out, we'll have Notre Dame and Florida State on. And then also on Monday, as mentioned, it'll be Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin taking on Louisville. Bishop Sycamore still has to play the Helen Keller School of the Deaf and Blind as well, so that should be a good one, no doubt about it. But now some final stats and scores, with Penn State picking up a 16-10 win on the road at Wisconsin. Sean Clifford finished off 18-33 for 247 through the air and one passing touchdown to Jahan Dawson early third quarter. Penn State, of course, took that 7-0 lead then before Wisconsin stormed back, tied it at 7, took a 10-7 lead then because Penn State missed a field goal, but then they made one, scored again, Noah Cain rushing touchdown before they missed an extra point, and then after a 0-0 tie ball game at the half, all 26 points in the second half, Penn State held on to a 16-10 win once more. Penn State, Noah Cain, he had 8 carries for 48 yards rushing and a touchdown, where the team had 18 carries for 50 yards rushing. So Penn State, even with Noah Cain's 48 yards rushing and a touchdown to take the lead, and basically that's what sealed the win for the Nittany Lions on the road, his rushing touchdown. Good to see him back from his injury after last year as well. Penn State, even with the yards that Noah Cain had today and the touchdown, they still don't have a rushing game. They don't have a running attack whatsoever. They need to fix that. Of course, deep passes, taking a few shots here and there. They were there late, but they have to be more consistent from start to finish because the offense was non-existent in the first half, and then they sort of came alive, and the defense, held on from start to finish as well, especially when needed in the second half with 2 interceptions, a fumble recovery, and a blocked field goal. So if that's what it's going to take all season long, Penn State not having a rushing game, but just wait until they do get a rushing game, and then they're playing as good as they are at least on defense, as they did today. Wait till then they'll really pick up steam and really be hopefully putting up some points and making some plays and winning even more football games. But um, as I was just about to say, if that's what it's going to take with no running game, the offense is just average at best. They need to find the running game, plain and simple. Get the tight ends more involved a little bit. It all starts up front, though. You got to be able to block the run, open play action, and then rely on your defense and special teams to make some stands and kick you some points, when needed. As they missed a field goal and an extra point today as well. So there's another 4 points. They should have won by 10, but they only win by 6. But a win's a win, as mentioned. But they need to fix the running game or at least find one. But hey, if the offense is just going to be average all season long, and then the defense is going to hold it down until they get going and they find ways to win, when it's all said and done, so be it. A win's a win. So they're 1-0 for now, but we'll see what happens next week, of course, against Ball State. There should be another win, but knock on wood, don't want to jinx them. Upsets happen, and I did watch that Ball State game the other night too. Very slow start by both teams, and then second half, Ball State came alive, and they held on and won by 10, 31-21, like I said earlier. But Auburn's going to be the test, especially non-conference. I don't care if Auburn's going to be average this year or not. Probably 6-7 wins at the max with first-year head coach Brian Harsin taking over for Gus Malzahn, who got fired and, of course, is now at Central Florida. But that's an SEC team for the first time in a decade coming up to Happy Valley, first since Alabama 10 years ago. Come next weekend, actually, when the Tide defeated the Lions in that home-and-home series as well, actually swept them. And really since then, Penn State's had a few decent non-conference games, but Auburn's going to be the real test. And then, of course, Penn State's going to get back against Indiana when they host them on October the 2nd, and then they go to Iowa. And then speaking of Indiana and Iowa still leads Indiana 14-3 here in the first half. So, it's a long season. I know it is. One game at a time. And a win's a win. They went 1-0 this week. They're going to try to go 1-0 again next week. And that's the motto. That's how it's been ever since Franklin. Or that's how it should be, regardless of who the hell your head coach is and whatever program you're at, whatever team you're on. So, Penn State with a 6-point road win, 16-10. But Jahan Dotson finished off 5 catches for 102 yards receiving and a touchdown. Condre Lambert-Smith, as your number 3 receiver, had the same amount of catches as Parker Washington, who really didn't do anything in the second half. I did see him limping towards the sideline after a pass in the end zone, so I don't know if he got hurt by any means. Hopefully not, knock on wood, because he's the true number 2 behind Dotson. If not, they got depth if somebody needs to step up at receiver, hell at running back. We didn't see John Lovett or Keziah Holmes today. We did see Devin Ford a little bit, but it was a 3-man running back room with Noah Kane, along with Kevon Lee and Devin Ford. And then at receiver, it was Dawson, 5 catches, a buck-02, and a touchdown, which got Penn State rolling. And then they sort of continued to roll, but, in the end, all that matters is they held on and won and made a few stops on defense when needed. A couple turnovers as well helped out. And they did lose Ellis Brooks, I might add. He'll be out first half next week against Ball State because of the targeting call here this afternoon. But, Condre Lambert-Smith finished 4 catches for 71 yards. And then Parker Washington, 4 catches for 47 yards. And then Noah Kane had 5 catches out of the backfield for 27 yards as well. So, get that halfback screen involved. Dump off here, dump off there. No tight end whatsoever, though, this afternoon for Penn State on offense to catch a football. No receptions to a tight end. So they need to get the run game more involved and be more consistent in running the football. Play action as well with just airing it out as they did. Saw that how many times. But then get the tight end more involved. And then the defense just continue to play all season long like the way you played today. I know that's not going to happen. Every dog is going to have its day. Offense, defense. whoever it is, maybe even special teams, this is a special teams today with not being able to run the football either. They weren't able to do that, but future's bright for Penn State football. I'm not necessarily going to say they're back, but Penn State football is back, and I'm telling you that now so that when I can tell you that later, I'm going to say I told you so. So, yeah. Penn State with a 16-10 road win at Wisconsin in a losing effort. Graham Mertz finished 22 of 37 for a $185 and 2 interceptions. So 2 interceptions, they had a fumble, almost another, and blocked field goal. Really what did Wisconsin in, even though they were able to run the football, as Ches Malusi finished with 31 carries for a $121 on the ground and a touchdown as well. Wisconsin was able to run the football just as they're able to 9 times out of 10, year after year after year. And they had a few consistent, very long drives, but then turnovers or a blocked field goal by Penn State did them in. And they weren't able to capitalize other than with the 10 points they had with Malusi's rushing touchdown and then a field goal as well. So Davis finished 8 catches for 99 yards. Jake Ferguson 9 catches for 52 yards as well. But Penn State with a, once again, 16-10 win at Wisconsin this afternoon to kick off the 2021 season in, I guess you could say, epic fashion. I mean, it was a good game from start to finish. It was defensive showdown the whole first half, tied at 0 at the half actually, and then touchdown, missed field goal, touchdown, missed extra point by Penn State, 16-10. There you go, along with 3 turnovers by Wisconsin. Blocked field goal, a few penalties from the Zebras as well that were the 2 pass interferences I thought were good calls. The one was a good no call with how I said it earlier with how they called them earlier. That was a good no call. Then when the third one happened, they didn't throw the flag. They called the targeting. Well, they didn't, but then they reviewed it, and then of course Ellis Brooks got ejected. As mentioned, he'll have to sit out now the first half of next week against Ball State, but it really shouldn't matter because Penn State's got depth at every single position. As I said earlier to begin this, defensively, they're more experienced in the secondary than they are up front in front 7, but they have depth at defensive line and at linebacker as well. I mean, some key players for Penn State today. Sean Clifford eventually came on. Of course, you got to have a quarterback in order to win. I don't care who the hell you are. Penn State's got to find a rushing game, but Noah Kane was the go-to number 1 back. And then it was Dawson and Parker Washington along with DeAndre Lambert-Smith in that order, 1, 2, 3 as they are at wide receiver, no tight ends. But then offensive line has to do a better job. They got to be able to block up front. It all starts up front, offense, defensive line. You got to be able to protect your quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. AK-17, Arnold Ebiketie, the transfer from Temple, had a hell of a game. Ellis Brooks also had a hell of a game before he got thrown out. Brandon Smith, Jesse Luketa, Curtis Jacobs all played well as well. But then even more so in the secondary. Jaquan Brisker, Jair Brown, Joey Porter Jr., they didn't make Graham Mertz's day hell, but those 2 interceptions, he's going to be regretting those for years to come, and he'll probably never get to play Penn State again because, as mentioned, Penn State and Wisconsin do not meet again until 2024, and he is a true sophomore, so he's only got 2 more years left. That's 2022 and 2023, so 2024 rolls around, Wisconsin should have a new starting quarterback, and even by that point in time, Penn State, you would think with Clifford in his final year this year, should have an experienced quarterback at that point in time as well. And then with the way, as mentioned earlier, the way James Franklin recruits, top 5 class for next year already. Yeah, they lost a lot of guys via the draft, and the transfer portal last year, but they added a lot of transfers from other schools this past offseason as well. And I would say your offensive MVP was split between Clifford, Kane, and Dotson, just because they didn't really come on until later, but they did what they had to do when it came down to it. And then on defense, it was Arnold Ebiketie. I mean, you can't forget about A.J. Litton as well on special teams with those two bullshit, what were they, kick-catch interference penalties that the refs threw. And then the third one was a clear kick-catch interference, and they picked up the flag, which made no sense. So, yeah, the Zebras, at least here in the Big Ten, in mid-season form, no doubt about it right now. But, yeah, on offense, MVPs for today's game, in my eyes, you let me know in the comments below yours, and thank you once more for tuning in and watching. Sean Clifford, Noah Kane, Jahan Dawson. And then on defense, it would have been with, as mentioned, can't forget about A.J. Litton, the transfer from Florida State in at cornerback, as he'd be your special teams MVP. It would be Arnold Ebiketie, transfer from Temple, AK-17, and then basically the whole entire defense was the MVP of the whole entire game for Penn State because they kept him in it. But it would be Ebiketie. If I had to pick one linebacker, of course, Ellis Brooks. And then it's a little hard not to pick one secondary member with, of course, Brisker, Brown, and Joey Porter Jr. But the MVP of today's game for Penn State was the whole entire defense. And they kept them in the game until the offense got rolling. And Penn State on the road beats Wisconsin once again, 16-10. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, live right here on YouTube for live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State at Wisconsin. Wisconsin will host Eastern Michigan. Next Saturday, Penn State will host Ball State. In the meantime, as we do the Iowa Hawkeye wave to the Children's Hospital at the end of the first quarter, Iowa leads Indiana. Alabama now leads Miami 17-0 at the beginning of the second quarter, which this game is about to get ugly. And then we still got Georgia, Clemson still to come tonight. And then Louisiana and Texas about to kick off on Fox from Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium in Austin, Texas, with Hook'em Horns, or Horns Down for Boomer Sooner, but they barely held on to win against Tulane, so they don't have much room to talk. But we'll see what happens in this game coming up. But, yeah, Penn State with a 16-10 road win at Wisconsin to kick off the season here in 2021. So once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Penn State and Wisconsin with a 6-point road win for the Nittany Lions over the Badgers, 16-10. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for live watch-along reactions of AEW All Out with some college football, Notre Dame, Florida State as well. Next weekend, next Thursday, NFL kicks off with the Cowboys and Buccaneers. Next Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as well with Penn State, Ball State, the Steelers, and the Bills. Monday Night Football will be Ravens, Raiders with WWE Monday Night Raw as well. And then, yes, with the new WWE NXT debuting on Tuesday night, September the 14th, we'll also have live watch-along reactions of that as well, live right here on YouTube. But today, to kick off the Big Ten schedule and the 2021 college football season for both Penn State and Wisconsin, once again, and for the final time today, the Penn State Nittany Lions traveled to Camp Randall Stadium and defeated the Wisconsin Badgers by a final score of 16-10. Can I get a we are? And how about a Penn State? Thank you. You're welcome. We are Penn State. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Final score, once again, Penn State 16, Wisconsin 10.